Okay, good morning, everybody, and welcome. Here we are again, kind of together, but virtually together, as good as it gets right now. And I don't mind that. Actually, I think we can all be very efficient, get to learn a lot, and get around the place a bit better. So where are we? We're going to be here at the Future of Greentech. First in a series. This one is, of course, all about transport. So we have an amazing lineup of extraordinary people. I like to big them up for two reasons. One, because they deserve it. And the second reason is because they are clever and they can share with us all sorts of things. Now, sharing is a good thing, absolutely, right now. As we all know, that's how we get things done quicker. We've all learnt to collaborate during this period of interesting times, and so that's really important. We'd like you to ask questions, so we will have a Q&A session. The basic setup is we're going to have a couple of speakers, then we'll have a little panel with them. Bit of chit chat. I can do a little bit of exploring and use your questions to talk to them. And then we'll obviously, at the conclusion of it all, come to some kind of sense of, well, what can we do about stuff? How can we improve things? So let's talk about Camden Clean Air very quickly first off. So this event has been organised by Camden Clean Air. It's their initiative, and they're a non-profit organisation looking at reducing air pollution across the borough of Camden. I used to live in London myself many years ago. It's a wonderful part of the world. I used to go to Camden Palace when I was younger, and of course Camden Market is world famous, a fantastic place. But they do brilliant work with the community, looking at providing resources to reduce air pollution. We know that's a key issue, especially in urban and metropolitan areas. They also run community-wide projects based around increasing EV charging infrastructure, because we know that's the other imperative around getting more EVs on the road. They've got to be charged up. So their focus on green tech and sustainability has led to organizations like Racing Green and various other people. But like I say, why I'm happy to lend my voice to it, I know all the wonderful speakers are, is because this is about one of the key issues of the day, which I know Julia will talk about when she talks about Formula E. So Julia Pallé will be our first presenter, and then Ian Macbeth, who will be talking from a perspective of how to get vehicles on the road in fleets, from his experience at Enterprise Holdings. So without any further ado, I should just say, let's do the bit of housekeeping. If the fire alarm goes off, it's not due to go off, then you'll probably be in your house. My suggestion is carefully leave the house, run away. Go through either the front or the rear doors. Don't go out of the windows, especially if you're in an apartment. And other than that, we're not expecting a fire drill. So without any further ado, Julia, welcome to the stage. I hope you can hear me. I hope what I've just been saying for the past few minutes yes, I can see that I have. So Julia, come and tell us, please, all about Formula E. I know you've got a wonderful story. It's a race series I've been following since it began, since those early days.
I can see the poster behind you.
Yes, good. Exactly. That was it. First one in London. So bonjour, Julia. Welcome to the stage. Please tell us all about what Formula E is doing in and around sustainability and this quest to get clean air, reduce carbon, and all the wonderful things you're involved in. So good morning. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Roger. Thanks. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me. So give me a second. I'm going to try and get the presentation up. Hopefully it's going to work for everyone. Oops, no, it's not what I wanted. Can you see my screen? Formula E Sustainable Mobility in Cities?
Yep, 100% got it. Thank you.
Wonderful. Great. So, I mean, in a very kind of like in a very few words, Formula E is 100% electric racing series that has been created launched in 2014. So it's all electric single-seaters cars that are racing inner cities. And I mean, as you will see, and that's going to be the flow of the presentation, we're going to go through why Formula E was created, and certainly not because the world needed another racing series. What was the leverage and the intention of Formula E, and how this is impacting mobility and transport as we know it, and hopefully we're going to be using it in the upcoming years in our cities and in what we will call smart cities. So let's start with the racing and the reason. So as I've said, Formula E is 100% electric racing, and we are used to, to match these two concepts of the racing and the reason, because this is really the DNA of Formula E. So Formula E is probably the first purpose-driven sport. Before, it was the time that we were calling it purpose-driven. We were created to basically bring a solution to contribute to fight climate change, with a specific focus on air pollution in inner cities, because we know that roughly, transport emission contributed between 30 and 25% of the pollution in cities, and that electric vehicles, being zero tape-up emissions, and if they are powered with the right type of energy, can drastically reduce these. So on one side, as I was saying, you have the racing element, which is 100% electric single-seaters, really exciting in terms of unpredictability on the street, on the track, and also the specific component of the fact that we are racing in the cities, again, to raise the message of the fact that people need to change the way they use transportation and go for electrification, but other type of transport alternatives, really. I'll come back to that. And then on the reason element, again, the sport was created for this need to bring solutions, concrete solutions and individual solutions to fight climate change. And then obviously we've been very much kind of like matching this very strong aspiration of the sport with tangible output that is basically kind of like leading the way in terms of walking the talk in terms of real sustainability leadership for the series. So one of the examples is that we've been the first sport in the world to achieve net zero carbon last September 2020. And also we have a very thorough approach of legacy programs in the cities that we race in. Again, I'll come back more to that. So if in a way you want, the motto of Formula E is that we race for a cleaner future faster. And as I was mentioning, the main reason why is the transport industry is kind of like a very important contributor to the global emissions that we have, especially in the urban centers. And also, a really kind of like shocking fact, which is that air pollution impacts 9 people out of 10. And this is an invisible threat. And I'm sure that Camden Clean Air is nodding at the moment. So the mobility, the electric mobility solution is then a very direct individual solution to contribute to fight that and to improve the air that we breathe. So basically, beyond kind of like this big aspiration, Formula E is a direct solution to break the EV barriers, and there are mainly 3. So the first one is the technical one. So in classic motorsport perspective, Formula E is a laboratory. So it's been a laboratory to improve, test electrification and kind of like electric technologies. And what you see, the picture on the left with the racing cars is basically what is being transferred to the right. So these, electric vehicles that you and I can buy tomorrow in a shop, basically, and that have been directly benefiting from the R&D that was happening in the garages, so that they could transfer that into these cars. What is very interesting with Formula E in comparison to other series is that I would say kind of like the gap in between the track to the road is relatively small, and this is on purpose because we want the technology to be really quickly transferred and to be really quickly scalable and really adapted widely to the wider EV industry. That again, you and we would benefit from these improvements. A very concrete example is that in just 4 seasons, we doubled the battery capacity of our cars. Some of you, I'm sure Roger does, may remember that for the first few seasons, our drivers could not make the entire race with one car. They had to stop at the middle of in the middle of the race, jump from one car to another, and then finish the race. So this is not happening anymore, and this is due to the big technological push that we've been able to, to do and to research basically through the technological platform that Formula E is offering for all suppliers and manufacturers in the EV industry. The other very important barrier was on the consumer side, so the person that would buy an electric vehicle. If you take, 10 years ago, what the electric market was looking like, I must say it was not really exciting. There was not many different model and range options for electric vehicles. They were not really sexy, they were not really fast, they were not really attractive. There was this range anxiety issue with the batteries. So basically, no one really wanted to buy an electric car. So what we've been doing with the championship is using the vehicle, pun intended, of the race to inspire people to see electric vehicles in a different way and to see them desirable. Obviously, these cars are fast. They are driving on the same streets that you and I would be then driving our own vehicles. So it's basically an opportunity to project yourselves driving electric vehicles, and maybe being for a few seconds when you watch the race, the heroes behind the steering wheel. And really, again, the whole point of Formula E is that we need to really accelerate this global EV push. At the time, we had not seen countries like UK, like France, many basically European countries taking such strong policy commitments to ban the sale of internal combustion engines. And obviously that was something very important that we needed to really inspire the general public to be wanting to buy electric vehicles. The last element, which is referencing the last element of the picture, which is the governments in relation to the infrastructure, is that we need the infrastructure to be adapted to our everyday life needs. And as you would go and put fuel in your car in a station, you need to have the right set of infrastructure, charging infrastructure in your city or in the motorways and so on, to make sure that you will be comfortable in thinking that you can take your electric car and you're going to be driving it for hundreds and hundreds of kilometers without worrying that you will have to stop your trip. And for us, this is very important because we work closely with governments, mayors' offices, and so on to organize our races. There is an indirect commitment from them to stimulate the electric mobility agenda. And certainly the best thing that they can do is to stimulate through the implementation of the right infrastructure. And this is absolutely essential to make sure that this this EV uptake and transition to a low carbon economy in terms of the mobilities is happening successfully. So moving on to the last element and really putting things into context. So from the micro level of the cars, the racing, to the macro context of where electric vehicles are operating, giving the perspective of mobility in cities. First of all, I wanted to take the time to, zoom out and show really what, the best probably strategic consulting groups in the world are mapping as the key trends of sustainable mobility for tomorrow, hopefully today, but certainly tomorrow. And basically these are this is summed up in 5 keywords. Electric is obviously the massive trend. Clean, as in the type of energy that is used to power vehicles around the world, so coming from renewables basically. Shared, a big trend. We've all taken, I'm sure, Uber at some point in our lives, and Uber is one of the example of this shared mobility where basically the ownership is not really the model, it's going to be mostly a rental model. Connected, again, this is probably something that we're really used to, how technology is going to be able to help traffic and to make it more efficient. And then autonomous driving. This is probably the one pillar that is yet to be developing more and more, although we're seeing it in cars and probably it's to become more and more mainstream in the coming years. This is something that on our tracks we've been testing. Basically, all of these elements we've been testing on our tracks. Our cars are powered with clean energy. We are encouraging the general public to come by public transport, shared transport, and so on, because we are in a parking event. The connected side, for those that know a bit of motorsport, this is absolutely critical in the garages to have all these connected technologies to get all the data. And the autonomous vehicle, we've been working since the very beginning with a company called Robotics to be able to test in a very safe environment, which is offered by our tracks and the protections that we have in terms of barriers, the opportunity for these autonomous vehicles to interact and to learn in terms of data and kind of like softwares and so on, how to improve really. One other element which is very interesting is the event per se of Formula E, which is probably kind of like a sort of like look forward, look into the future of what I mean cities can look like in 5 or 10 years. So it's a sort of like mini test bed for governments to check what type of infrastructure, what type of technology would be needed, and certainly because the level of kind of like a tech requirement on our event is really high. It's really an opportunity to test what I mean 5G is requiring, Internet of Things, CCTV, and so on. Even the type of power requirements, because even if we race inner cities, most of the time we have to be off the grid, because the energy that we require to charge our cars and to power the rest of our event most of the time cannot be handled by the grid. So we've been doing very interesting experiment. I can give a very concrete example that I always find really interesting. For example, in Paris, where we race really in the heart of Paris in Les Invalides, we've been teaming up with IOC and Paris 2024 to work on an innovative call for projects to power our races 100% off the grid with renewable energy. Because most of the people don't really realize how complex it is to get that amount of power 100% on renewable sources. So that shows that, again, it's very much about looking forward at what the technology is going to be like and is going to require to cities in the future. And last but not least, how we've been kind of like gathering all these, I mean, key learnings and technologies, trying to make sure that we would be able to share, I mean, all these successes and challenges. Most of the time I said that challenges are more interesting. You learn way more from these challenges than the successes. And we've been lucky enough to work with our international federation, FIA, to create a program in 2017 called FIA Smart Cities, that is basically gathering both kind of like I would say the solution providers that we have in our ecosystem through the partners that we have within Formula E Championship, with the city officials, with I mean university and academia, or amazing NGO doing the work on the ground like Camden Clean Air, and basically putting a series of conferences in parallel of our events to raise the topic that is specific to the city that we're operating in. You see the picture of Hong Kong, which is, I mean, I'm sure that you're aware, both kind of like a great challenge in terms of mobility, and also a city that is certainly kind of like ranked at the top of what Smart City is trying to achieve and is trying to deliver. So this is very much the opportunity to bring together all these people within our ecosystem and to showcase on the ground practically what these solutions can look like. I mean, that's it. Again, no need to go back to the summary. If you have any questions, please feel free. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. I mean, you know, this is you've gone through an extraordinary list of things there. That's you know, that is quite amazing, Julia. One thing, we're going to do questions, by the way. So when we have our panel at the end, after we've heard from Ian shortly, we will have questions from the audience. What we'd like to do, which we think is a little bit novel, is unmute your microphone and you can ask the question yourself. Because all too often I reinterpret questions. It's a terribly bad habit. We should let people speak for themselves. So please use the Q&A box. For Julia and Ian, we'll be doing that after we've heard from Ian shortly. But can I quickly ask you, Julia, about Gen 3 cars? To Sylvain Philippi a few weeks ago, actually, just before the start of this season. And he did share with me a few of the metrics and the improvements. And I was amazed. It's quite extraordinary. The innovation and the capability now that we're seeing in Formula E is extraordinary. How quickly is that going to move into production electric vehicles, do you think?
Well, again, as I've stated, the idea is to have a really kind of like a really low transfer time and also kind of like costs. This is why we're trying to keep the technology quite close from what we have on the track to be transferred on the road, because the point is not to kind of like to be, I mean, the state of art of the technology if we can't really apply that to everyday cars, really.
Yeah, yeah. And I know, because I've been lucky enough to go to quite a few of the races, the event that runs alongside it, as you just explained, you know, the FIA Smart Cities event, I think is really good. I mean, it really brings people to account. They have to show up, you know, the mayor has to appear.
Yeah,
they have
absolutely.
to talk about what they're doing, you know, and people are now, because it's been going for, you know, what are we on, season 6 now, aren't we?
Season 7.
Season 7, yeah, exactly. Wow, how does time fly? But in all that time, what it's done is it's put a focus and pressure and attention on people. So when you can call it a circus, people can, that's fine.
Absolutely.
When the circus comes to town, you have to show up in the ring and talk about not just what you're going to do, but what you've done. So I like that fact. I think the initiative is very important. And can I just say, as one thing, when we watch the races on television and you never know who's going to win, all of that stuff, personally, I think it would be nice to have a little bit of that smart city content in there somewhere, because yes, you see it when you attend, and of course at the moment that's all a bit tricky.
Yeah.
But having been to a few, I would recommend that you get some of that content recorded and up into some of the stuff where people are looking at the races. Yeah, on the broadcast. I think that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Point taken. I'll discuss internally.
Merci bien. So thank you for now, Julia. Please don't go away, because we are going to have a mini panel with yourself and Ian, and we're going to get people to ask their questions in person. Thank you, Julia, and welcome, Ian. Ian Macbeth. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Ian. Ian and I were going to go on a trip to Geneva last March. We were going to drive there in an electric, in an I-Pace, Jaguar I-Pace. And of course, we didn't, because it all changed at that point, which was a great shame. So Ian is Director of Electric Vehicle Strategy for Europe at Enterprise Holdings. He will tell us all sorts of things, I'm sure, but it's probably one of those companies that are more involved with hundreds or thousands of EVs than any of us probably realize. So I don't want to get into talking about what you do, because then you're going to do that, Ian. So welcome to the stage. Let's try and go to Geneva, maybe next year if it happens.
Morning, Roger. Thanks for that. Yeah, I think some of the learning since then is that we were maybe a little optimistic in our route planning at the time. Haven't driven many more miles in EVs since then, but yeah, it's really interesting from Julia just now, because I remember going to the launch of Formula E at the Bloomberg headquarters in London in 2013, and I really hadn't got a clue that I would be driving an EV literally 6 years after that. So yeah, things have changed, and of course I've attended a number of the FIA Smart City events. So careful what you wish for about uploading video content, because I remember getting videoed along with Mark Preston and others at various events, and I'm not sure you want my ugly mug on these sort of types of events.
Yeah,
anyway.
I think people use me and they take a screenshot, and it keeps the kids away from the fire. They put it on the mantelpiece. So yeah. Anyway, yes, Ian, please take it away. The stage is yours.
So can you see that, Roger?
I can indeed. Yes, it's a map.
Okay, so it is a map indeed. So I thought I'd just take a moment just to introduce people to Enterprise Holdings. It's probably one of those companies that many people won't necessarily know, like, scale of the organization. So headquartered in St. Louis in North America, we've got around about 1.7 million vehicles on fleet at the moment. A little bit down, obviously, for obvious reasons, but it's one of the largest fleets in the world, and probably the largest fleet of privately owned vehicles, because enterprises are still a family-owned business. We're present in around about just under 10,000 branches across the world, and 100 countries and territories as well. Bring it back to sort of the UK. We've got about 5,000 employees in the UK, roughly 120,000 vehicles on our fleet at the moment, and 450 branches. So within that 120,000 vehicles, we've got roughly 50,000 commercial vehicles. So people may be familiar with seeing our vans on the road occasionally, but there's a load of other stuff that's unbranded that will be around you on a day-to-day basis you probably never see. So I kind of just wanted to spend a bit of time just saying about what that vehicle rental means for the UK in particular. So there's a supporting employment, there are tax revenues and things like that. So just some statistics, bits and pieces about that. I just want to make the point here that rental is a little bit different from the lease world, where you might have a vehicle for 3 years or 4 years as a company car, that kind of thing. And we're different from logistics, where people have an opportunity to charge vehicles overnight. So, you know, it's quite a significant unseen part of the economy. And what we actually have is a whole pile of unique business lines. As I said, we're a family-owned company. We've been going for about 60 years now. And we started off not in car rental per se, but accident and replacement vehicles for insurance industries. So take this as a proxy branch of ours, maybe 10, 20 car parking spaces out the front. If you see more than 10 cars out in a car park, we're having a bad day, because typically a branch like that will have 100 or 200 vehicles operating out of it. You can never park them all there at the same time, and that was quite an interesting challenge this time last year as various things shut down. But typically we operate at between 80 and 90% utilisation of our fleet. Most people, as I said, will probably recognise us from going to the airport and on holidays and railway stations and things like that. But a large proportion of our activities is actually the corporate markets, business travel, people flying into airports or requiring a vehicle to go on a client visit, that kind of thing. Leisure is an important part of the business, and it's obviously a little bit depressed at the moment. Hopefully light at the end of the tunnel before too long. And as I mentioned, insurance replacement, we deal with most of the UK insurance industry. So if you're unlucky enough to have a bump in your car and it has to go into a body shop, the vehicle that is supplied to you is quite often an enterprise vehicle. Now, all of these are quite interesting from an EV perspective. And the other thing there is a commercial hire, which is for a longer period of time. And we're going to talk more about cars today, but happy to take any questions on the commercial side. But all of these have certain challenges in the journey toward electrification. So I mentioned our utilisation rate. We have to have quick turnarounds. 1 in 4 of our vehicles is turned around within an hour between customers, and that's clearly got challenges in terms of EV charging. Customers are still quite uncomfortable with EVs in some markets. There does remain some range anxiety. Increasingly, that's more about the availability of charging infrastructure, and we'll come back to that a little bit. And then there's cost of renting an EV. They are a little bit more expensive to acquire at the moment. So I just wanted to sort of give you an idea that typically, even today, a rental vehicle, before we get to electrification, tends to be cleaner than the average vehicle in a wider park. And that's because we cycle our vehicles roughly on a 6 to 9 month basis. We buy the cars ourselves. 98% of our vehicles are owned by enterprise, bought by enterprise. And then we recycle them back into the second-hand market. So we've already got much higher compliance with Euro 6 and things like that. And clearly, as we move to EVs, that is going to sort of change even higher. Julia mentioned about shared mobility. So what I wanted to sort of get across the point is vehicle rental is a form of shared mobility. It's sharing an asset amongst multiple users. And of course, we have the traditional car rental we've kind of just discussed there, but we also have the Enterprise Car Club here in the UK. So in terms of accelerating that move towards EVs, rental actually is quite an interesting proposition. We always pride ourselves on our ability to manage an incredibly complex logistics feat. It's basically about the right vehicle in the right place for the right purpose for the right customer. in a cost-effective way. And we are involved in a bunch of other mobility services, mobility as a service. We're in partnership with a number of active travel providers, that kind of stuff, and even work with the public transit, bus companies and things like that. So enterprise recognises that the future of the car is going to change, and we're getting heavily involved in some of the things that Julia mentioned earlier on. So we kind of just thought that it's worth pointing out where that sort of space may fit. Now, we recognise that congestion, air quality are all challenges in an urban environment, and absolutely cars are not the right thing for short trips where walking and cycling is better. But car sharing and car rental sort of sits in that middle ground where it's actually quite a good way of getting around. And there's a bunch of statistics out here. I'm not going to read those out. Maybe share this later on. But basically, when you're looking at car sharing, there is a tendency for people to walk and cycle more and to use public transit, and perhaps not to buy that second car. So our view is that shared fleets are a great way of familiarising the public and getting consumers confident with EVs and overcoming some of the barriers that we hear on a day-to-day basis. Research has shown that something like 26% considering an EV do not go on to purchase one because of the barriers there. And I think those are the sort of things we can sort of maybe discuss later. But once people have tried an EV, they generally have a very high satisfaction rate. And anecdotally, a lot of people I know who've tried an EV first time actually would rather stay in an EV than go back to a traditional internal combustion engine. But we have got those unsatisfactory experiences, and charge point availability is one of them, and charge is the other. Now, what we think rental can do is positively showcase all these aspects, and then also provide feedback to partners in the space to improve the customer experience going forward. And I would say that, you know, Enterprise's raison d'etre really is about customer satisfaction. It's very, very high part of our business is ensuring that the customers get the right vehicle and the right experience. So we do offer a shop window for EVs. We can get people into the newest vehicles. It's a low commitment. You can rent them by the day or even with the car by the hour. And you can experience those without sort of having to necessarily go out and buy one and then realise it's not quite the right solution for you. And of course, we know what some of those benefits are. It's reduced fuel costs, the comfort of the driving experience, the quietness of that. And I think over time, we'll have the reduced repair and maintenance costs. And of course, as Julia mentioned earlier, the environmental impact is incredibly important. So we think a large proportion of our customers are willing to try an EV. And some of the research done by the British Vehicle Rental Association and Roland Berger, who we've been doing some work with recently, and you might have noticed their logo up in the top right-hand corner, there is a high propensity for people to want to go out and try this. Now, we've got some obstacles to go across, and one of the key things is about rental customers not having access to home charging. And there's an oft-quoted stat out there that 80% of vehicle charging will be done at home. Well, you know, in the UK, roughly about a third of households don't have access to off-street parking, charging and web parking side of things. So we think access to public rapid charging infrastructure is really important going forward. You can see some statistics about there. Typically our rentals go over 150 kilometres on a single trip. So recharging is part and parcel of that journey going forward. You don't really rent a car to spend 5 or 6 hours on a fast charger. What you really want to do is get to a rapid charger, 10, 20 minutes tops, get a cup of coffee and off you go again. The other side of things is that we turn vehicles around. I mentioned that we turn around vehicles, maybe 1 in 4 of our vehicles within an hour. And that kind of gives you an idea of the charging challenge that we have within our branches. And of course, we also move the vehicles around between branches. So what we're looking at is potentially all 470 branches we have at the moment in the UK is electrifying that, and we're in the first stages of doing that. So what we can do is accelerate this EV as a test experience. And I think I'll give you a little idea of what this roadmap could look like and how we can help the consumer move towards an EV as an everyday experience and moving towards that 2030 decarbonisation targets from the government. So again, we've mentioned apprehension. We can talk the customer through the right vehicle, the right battery size. Still, a lot of people don't really understand that there's quite a big difference between having a 30 kilowatt battery and a 90 kilowatt battery in your vehicle. We can talk people through that with our customer help teams. Cost, we can look at the right options for you. Again, there's some different classes of vehicle out there for different challenges. Driving wise, we've got the range anxiety we've mentioned. So again, we need to get people in the right vehicles. It's no good for somebody going, I don't know, Newcastle to London, for instance, and putting them in perhaps one of the vehicles with a range of under 100 miles. So right vehicle for the right journey. Again, we can help people choose out of the rental booking process. Recharging is, again, one of the big key issues we've got at the moment is the fragmentation of the charging infrastructure, different companies. We know this will get better, but if you're in a different country from your home location or you're away from where you live, you're not necessarily going to know where those charge points are. Again, we have an opportunity to help people through apps and giving people a charging environment where you can not really worry about being a member of a particular different network, not having an RFID card for multiple networks, all that kind of stuff. Again, we mentioned cost and charge, but again, I think what people perhaps don't realize is how much cheaper as EVs are to fuel at the moment, and particularly if you have got access to overnight charging. That could of course change as the Exchequer seek to recover fuel duties, but certainly for the time being, they generally are cheaper to run. And then, of course, we mentioned that thing about the universal charging systems, and we potentially can actually stitch that sort of network together. So we've got pain points we can find. I think we can have the benefits for the customers, and we can actually sort of feed that back into the wider infrastructure going forward. And then, of course, from our perspective, there are some certain costs involved. So EVs are more expensive to purchase than ICE vehicles at the moment, so holding costs are higher. The financing costs are higher at the moment as well. Charging infrastructure, our branch, is something that we're going to have to consider, and it's not something we do today. We don't generally build a petrol station in each of our branches. And we also have a prospect of having to buy more vehicles than we do today, just because of the slightly higher downtime we've got with EVs at this moment in time. And repair and maintenance, we think probably the maintenance is probably going to be less, maybe a little bit heavier on tyre wear perhaps. At the moment, though, battery costs are quite expensive, and I think that's something of a challenge in terms of cost of replacement of battery packs and the impact that has on the repair side of the business. So just to summarise where we are today, I think one of the key things over the next couple of years is establishing the public infrastructure and then driving that EV transition through a mobility shop window, which could be, the rental experience like Enterprise, and then getting towards 2030 where, this is a norm. I suspect 10 years from now, people will look back at the conversations we're having today and laugh and say, God, they knew so little. Again, I think this part about EV charging infrastructure is really, really key. And I know Graeme's on the event later on. I'm sure he'll talk about the grid resilience and that side of things, but that is a key thing at the moment to really get that infrastructure in place. And of course, what we'll be able to do is stimulate demand for used clean vehicles as our vehicles come off fleet and go onto the second-hand market. So just my final point, I think with the right mix of incentives, the policy and funding, shared mobility services can help government to accelerate the EV uptake in a sustainable way and to meet those 2030 carbonised targets. And that's be done.
Well, thank you, Mr. Macbeth. That's a lot to take in, and you're busy in a lot of areas here. And I've certainly got some questions, but it's not my show. It's the people watching it show. So what we're going to do now, Georgina McGivern, by the way, I'd like to give her a shout out. She has put this whole event together. She's found the speakers, she's assembled the whole proposition, and I'd like to just tip my hat to her because I think she's done a great job. And in the background, she's doing all the hard work. I just get to sit here and talk a bit. So what we're going to do, as promised, Julia, if you'd like to join us back on stage, thank you. We're going to see if we can get our friends that are asking questions, our audience, to actually ask them in person. So let's just see if we can do it. So Iain Leputra was first at 10:15. He put his question in. So if Georgina can open Iain's mic, we can actually hear from Iain in person. This is how we roll here. This is leading edge technology if it works. So yeah, Iain, if you can maybe put your hand up, if you're hopefully still listening, and we'll see if we can do that. If not, we'll move on to the next one. If we can't get Iain, let's see if we can get Mark. Mark Saunders was next. And if we can't get either of them, I will ask the questions. Here we go. Yes. So Mark Saunders, you are there to ask your question in person, sir. So fire away.
Hi, Roger. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you for the show so far. It's really good, really enjoying it. I just wanted to ask of Formula E. I imagine that cities really want to compete to have you come to their cities. What will you ask them to do? What kind of infrastructure will you ask them to put in? You talked about a legacy, which I think is a fantastic idea. But what are you going to ask them to do? Can you get the cities to compete for your attention? That's my question.
Thank you, Mark. That's a very good question, and I mean, actually, this is exactly what we have and what we are working on. We have a pipeline of cities that are basically kind of like coming to us and wanting to apply to get kind of like a Formula E race organized, and we basically send a team of experts to check that technically we can actually, set up an event, and then basically there are also more political discussions on how the city is going to be using the event as an opportunity to enhance their mobility agenda or sometimes their wider sustainability agenda. We've been kind of like, for example, having very interesting discussions with World Bank on how, mayors are seeing, sometimes electric mobility as an opportunity really to stimulate their citizens to actually kind of like use and change electric vehicles. So this is clearly kind of like parameters that are very important to us, both the technical side, the place where the city is kind of like is envisioning us having a race, and then this kind of like political level on how we can support each other in kind of like enhancing the electric vehicle agenda, really.
Yeah, that is indeed a great question. And by the way, Mark, as you're first up, and I should have said this at the beginning, we are recording the event. So if you do come on and ask a question, that is deemed to be, you're okay with it being recorded in that fashion. Just to check then, Mark, is that okay with you?
Yeah, fine with me.
Great. Okay. Fantastic. No, great first question. So we're going to move on. Chris Allen has actually asked a couple of questions. So the challenge for Chris, if we can get him up, and I think we can you kind of either do them really quickly, Chris, or can you combine them all together? So there you are. That's your challenge. Welcome to the stage. Ian and Julia are there for you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we've got you fine. Thanks.
Brilliant. Okay, so yeah, there's three questions, but I think maybe some of them you'll answer through the show, or hopefully answer through the show. So the first one was for Julia in terms of the supply chain that's been impacted by Formula E. I just wonder if you've got any metrics, if you've seen any growth from the supply chain in EVs. And the second one was really around V2X and part of the mobility in smart cities. I see a huge change, convergence, I should say, here, and a big challenge to industry to actually meet some of these business models to provide a commercial solution.
So on the supply chain, let me know if this is what you had in mind with your question. In terms of the manufacturers, at the moment, Formula E is the one championship out of all international, we are a world championship, but international and beyond world championship that has the biggest lineup of manufacturers. We have the 4 Germans, we have also Nissan, we have Mahindra, which is a big group in India. We have NIO, which is a big group in China. We have DS, which is Peugeot Citroën in France, and and so on. So we have the biggest lineup, and certainly this testifies how much kind of like the technology, the EV technology, is of interest to I mean the global OEMs, and how much they are using us as a laboratory and a platform to develop and also showcase that they are very committed to this segment. On the smart city side, I don't know if it was kind of like for Ian, for me.
It's again, it might be a question that goes to later in the show. It was really a case of, you showed on, I think it's slide 10, around smart mobility, and what the key challenges were you're seeing from the different management consultancies. So the question was, do you see how some of these industries are reacting to actually some of the needs being driven by electric vehicles?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. The good thing is that certainly all the industries are very much embracing kind of like these needs and kind of like these wider trends. And as I was, I mean, mentioning, RoboRace was an example, but Tesla is obviously kind of like been at the forefront of autonomous driving. Renewable energy use is something that is becoming mainstream, really. I mean, on an individual level, we can all switch to a green energy provider, and it's the same for kind of like for businesses and so on. Now it's a specific for us on events to try and get there and so on. But I certainly see that, I mean, all the ecosystem is going in the right direction. It's just kind of like these big trends that need to be taken into account as kind of like the way forward.
Thank you.
By the way, Ian, Chris, I've noticed, is Director of Energy Hub Developments Limited. So he might have something in prospect to help you get all your cars charged up and all of that stuff. So that's good. There you are. I'll give you a shout out there, Chris. Incidentally, we are now bringing up the audience on stage to ask their questions. We're not opening their cameras, just in case they've got their pajamas on still. So that's why. So let's go to the next one, Georgina. Anthony asked a question, and we'd like to bring Anthony up if he's there. And yeah, I like this. I think it's nice asking the question in person. So I can see you're there, Anthony. Hopefully we'll unmute your microphone, and then you can ask the question yourself. You're still muted at the moment, but I'm sure that will get resolved. And by the way, get ready, Clive and Sam. Oh, good. Anthony,
sorry.
Yeah, fire away.
I wasn't sure you were talking to me. Yes, I was just intrigued by the concept of the electric car, which I'm very interested in buying at some point. But if you wanted to do a journey, for instance, at the moment, between 2 points that were further than the range of the car, is there a sort of a computer-based system where you can put your origin and your destination into the program, and it gives you a route which tells you where you can charge up on route to give you the best, the most efficient, get you there basically.
Yeah, no, great question. I'll jump in very quickly, then I'd like Ian to answer. ZapMap. If you look at something like ZapMap, and there are several others, they can show you your travel, your journey. They can show you the charge points. They can you put in the exact vehicle you're using, etc., etc. So yes, there's good software, good apps, good backup, good things that are there. Ian, would you like to answer that in a bit more detail?
Yeah, sure, Roger. I mean, I was going to say exactly the same. Shout out for ZapMap.
Sorry.
Done a great job, but yeah, it is important because different vehicles have got different charge cables. The Nissan I've got behind me here has got CHAdeMO. Some vehicles have got CCS. Some will be wanting to go in just to Type 2s and things like that. So just understanding the type of charge point that you want to access en route is quite important. So there's a bunch of information out there. And again, it's one of the things that we're looking to do in the future to help our customers, plan their journeys from A to B, because you're right, you want to be able to have options around you in case there's a charge point not available. We've all had that in the past. We want to know how quickly we want to charge when we're at that moment in time, and also the cost of doing so, because there's quite a variability out there on charging costs as well. So that is an area that's developing rapidly at the moment. There's a bunch of people out there with apps in place. Some of the OEMs have actually got that in the head units, and you can plan your journey actually in the vehicle. and you can download stuff at home and actually just import that into your sat nav and things like that as well. So all doable, and it's getting better all the time. That's the good news.
Yeah, and Anthony, I'd recommend Robert Llewellyn's Fully Charged channel on YouTube. In particular, Maddie Moat ran a series of, should I buy an electric vehicle or not? What's it like? And, because it's I think these days it's very tempting for a lot of us who've been doing it for a while to assume everybody knows a ton of stuff. Well, they don't. A lot of people have never gone anywhere near an EV. Why would they know? So I think it's a great question that you ask, and I'm really pleased you asked it. So were you happy with the answers? Has it helped?
Absolutely. What I'll do now is have a look at this Zap map and see what it can tell me, and because it might make me more likely to go and buy an electric car. That's what I'm trying to do, really. We're very concerned about petrol cars. I've got a petrol car at the moment which only does about 29 to the gallon, and that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. There is another question actually that I could ask.
Go on then.
Rather than having charging points, is there any mileage in having, if you like, battery storage garages where instead of going in to buy petrol, you go in and change your battery or get someone to change your battery for you, which only takes about 5 minutes, and then just carry on to the next place and so on.
Yeah, I mean, very quickly, if I may, it's very rude of me, jump in. Battery swap is something that NIO use in China. So you do just as you described, Anthony. Yeah. There's also wireless charging coming, but I'm not going to go off on a tangent with that. But I don't know, Julia or Ian, would you like to respond to Anthony's thought there about other alternatives other than just plugging it in?
Yeah, I mean, battery swap is one of the things that's been around and discussed for quite some time. And I think NIO probably the pioneers of that now after Better Place back 10 years ago. I think the challenge for the OEMs really at the moment is, agreeing standards and to actually everybody to have a standardized battery pack, because at the moment, the architecture of the vehicles makes that challenging. But all of this is changing at the moment. And I should have probably said about ISO 15118, the plug and charge type protocols. It's part of the connected vehicle conversation in lots of ways, but in future, that could actually replicate what Tesla drivers experience today, and not having to worry about RFID cards. You just plug the vehicle into the port and you get billed directly. It takes away a lot of the customer pain points.
Julia, did you want to say something on that?
Yeah, I basically wanted to, to add to your point regarding the wireless charging. This is a technology that we tested on the Formula E tracks at the very beginning of our existence. It was the Halo technology of a US company, and that was really interesting, because if they were to scale up these kind of technologies, you basically would constantly charge in the cities while you are driving, because it's literally on the ground, and that's absolutely a seamless process when you're a driver. So this is also really promising.
Yeah, I've come across that.
Yeah, good. Anthony, great question. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to Clive Southwell next, and Sam Lee, if you could get ready after that, please. Clive, I know. Clive has been in the EV game for the longest time. He's very informed. He knows what he's talking about, and he's going to ask you both a challenging question, I've no doubt. So, Mr. Clive Southwell, welcome to the stage, and Julia and Ian are there. Fire away, please.
Hi, Roger. Question really more directed to Ian. In my former life, I worked closely with Enterprise and was the first person to supply Nissan to Enterprise and then later Peugeot. So I sort of know the model quite well. I just thought that with the move to more and more people leasing electric vehicles as opposed to owning them, driven by the higher cost of the vehicles and concern about battery costs, do you think that will change your business model? Will it necessitate a longer holding time for the fleet, and will that sort of impact on the model of owning and reselling those electric vehicles due to the lower rates of car purchasing?
Yeah, so I can tell from that question, Clive definitely does know the Enterprise business model pretty well. Yeah, I mean, our big challenge at the moment, there's a bunch of factors involved in this. Obviously, vehicle supply has been impacted by the pandemic. There's a couple of other factors in the UK which I won't go into. But vehicle supply has been the first part of it. So actually the cost of those vehicles makes it difficult for us at the moment to have a price comparison with an ICE vehicle. So clearly the lease model works very well for the business corporate markets. But those vehicles will roll over into the second-hand market, stimulating demand down the line. And I think this transition period is quite tricky for us to navigate, but 10 years from now, when everybody's an EV, it won't be a huge amount different. A couple of other things in there, though. What we're finding at the moment is that since last year, the 1st of April, with the company car tax changes, it was amazing how many people who previously had company cars and lease cars suddenly realised that they could do an EV when they weren't paying £500 benefit in kind all of a sudden. So what we saw was that really great stimulus from the government translating into an uptake in EVs. Of course, from our perspective, because we deal with lead-in, lead-out cars and also replacement for accident repairs, actually that market for us is really good because we don't really have to educate the customer. They've already made the transition in their minds. They've got the charging at home. They've got the charge networks, access to those kind of things. So for that perspective, actually that side of the business becomes a lot simpler. I could probably go on for hours on this, but Roger will probably sort of be bored to tears.
Yeah, absolutely.
No. Look, these are all important questions, and whether people like Clive, who's been around it for a long time, or some of our other speakers and people listening in, it is about the detail, and it is about talking about some of the things that are a challenge. The switch to electrification isn't simple. It's not, oh yeah, it's just drive EVs, sorted. It's highly complex with an epic shift underway, and we shouldn't underestimate it. So, but what we should, I think, do is help people make the journey, whether they're individuals or other people. It's all about trying to make sure that it all comes together nicely. Anyway, let's move on to more questions, because we're going to run until 10 past the hour, and then we're going to have a little comfort break. It's going to be just like being somewhere in reality. There shouldn't be a queue for the toilets, hopefully. So this is a big bonus of not being somewhere. If you can make a cup of tea in 10 minutes, you won't even have to wait for that or queue. So it's perfect. So let's invite Simon to the stage if he's there, and Stefan after that, please. So Simon Garwood has got a question, another one for Ian. So he'll pop up, and let me just get that in front of me. Yeah, there's Simon. Hi, Simon. How are you?
I'm very good, thanks, Roger. How are you doing?
Nice to hear from you. I can't see you, just like I said, in case you're in your pajamas.
Well, that's probably a good job. I've got a good voice. Yeah. So my question is probably for Ian. Hi, Ian. How are you doing? And you showed on your presentation a very clear roadmap how enterprise could ease the route for customers to get into EVs by explaining what was a suitable car, what are the limitations, etc. Do you envisage a similar route map for car clubs? So this would actually allow car club vehicles to transition from mostly hybrids currently to EVs.
Hi, Simon. Good to hear from you. And just for Roger's benefit, Simon and I used to live next door to each other for many years, so I probably have seen him.
We go back away.
So yeah, Simon, I mean, we've got one of the largest car clubs in the UK. Around a proportion of those are EV. The challenge at the moment from that perspective is we operate a back to base model, which means that if you take the vehicle away from a bay, you have to return it to the same bay. So it's not free floating like some of the other operators used to operate before COVID. So the challenge really is finding on-street charging locations for people to access, and that's where local authorities come in. So it becomes an interesting conversation between the local authority aspirations on smart cities and that kind of stuff, and decarbonisation, finding the spaces, and then getting the charging infrastructure installed. So it becomes that sort of conversation between the utilities, the CPOs, the local authority, the car club, and the customer. And at the moment, we're seeing a huge amount of interest from local authorities across the country, most of we've ever seen in terms of installing electric car clubs. So really very interesting times going forward. And I would just say, actually, just from Simon's perspective, we have actually now got a Toyota Mirai hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicle equipped with car club technology. So we will be able to bring some fuel cell vehicles to the market soon as well.
Well, there you are. You heard it here first, Simon. Thank you for the question. And the good news is Iain is back. Iain Leputra has a question for Julia. I see Iain is a professor at the business school in Ghent University. So if Iain would like to join us, you can ask your question live. There you are, Iain. It's all yours, my friend. Julia is waiting for your question.
Thank you, Roger. And I'm actually no longer in Ghent. I've been in France for the past 8 years. And I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So I'm a professor at the ESSEC Business School, and I run a research center that is very dedicated to tracking and tracing what's happening in the electromobility space. And so, so thank you. My question is for Julia. I had a question. I heard that you said that the Formula E is offering a platform that is basically providing, that's what I understood, technology or R&D to the OEMs that are competing in the Formula E. And so I was wondering, how does that work in terms of, you know, if this is a collective knowledge pool and resource pool, how does it work in terms of competition that you still want to happen between the different teams?
Yeah.
And technology transfer? Who's the owner of the intellectual property? How do you organize the transfer of this technology? Just very interested in the tensions between collaboration and competition on the other. Thank you.
Great question. Great question.
It's a very good point indeed. So basically, there are some elements of the cars that are common to all competitors, and they basically agree that this is going to be kind of like a piece that they work in common. The example that I gave on the battery was a very good example that they all agreed that the battery technology would be common, which is still the case, which is quite interesting because obviously the battery technology is really central, but at the same time, they've all agreed to contribute to the same technology in order to advance faster, instead of the one basically paying the biggest amount of money to get kind of like the fastest EV technology, battery technology for the EVs. And some elements they are allowed to customize and to bring on their own technologies, namely around the powertrain and so on. So this is a mix that we regulate with the International Federation, and we regulate on the basically kind of like the aspects where we are giving them enough kind of like space so that they can basically use this laboratory to improve and to transfer to their cars. Whereas on the key, probably the most challenging parts in terms of what the industry is struggling, we are normally keeping, the innovation kind of like gathered so that everyone is contributing towards it and not competing against each other. So the battery was an example. What we're working on for Gen 3, Roger asked me about that, is about the fast charging. This is what we see as the biggest barrier now in terms of the kind of like the market adoption, the fact that we need to have ultra fast charging, and this is what is going to be tested on our cars as a common technology research within the group.
Very good. Thank you, Iain. Yeah, very important question. There's a lot more to that, of course, than Julia's given a great, intro to it. But of course, lots more is a very intriguing thing. I'm going to try and get two more questions in. Stefan, hopefully, is around, and then we'll come to Sam Lee. So if either of those are about, oh, good. I think we've got Stefan. Yeah, go on, Stefan. Fire away, my friend.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm
good morning.
Interested watcher of EVs. I have a particular interest in air toxicity and abatement and sort of improvement technologies. One of the things clearly driving everybody's thinking on that is the penetration of EVs and how that can be accelerated. And one of the key things, as Ian has mentioned, is range anxiety, not to be taken out of context, of course. And Musk talks about battery day, and that's when charging speeds and capacities go through a step change with technology. And I just wondered whether Julia or Ian had a view as to whether that time frame is still correct, and what impact that might have in the car pool and people's readiness to start buying more readily.
Interesting. Go on then, Julia, Ian. That's a tricky one.
It is. I mean, I think it's really interesting that Volkswagen announcing a huge investment in gigafactories. I think it was on Monday. And it's very interesting to see where the battery manufacturing capacity is heading at the moment. So I think really 2030 is when we're seeing sort of parity-ish, don't quote me on that one, about volumes of batteries being manufactured in Europe to actually meet the number of vehicles that are being manufactured. Those gigafactories are using current technology to the best of my knowledge, and that may be changed quite quickly. But I think the changes in battery manufacturing will take a little while to hit the actual vehicles that we see on sale today. I think so there's a number of criticalities there. I mentioned about the infrastructure. Typically, the next 2 or 3 years is really critical in getting the infrastructure ready, but then it will then transition and getting that power into those batteries going forward. So I think there's a number of factors here. So the availability of batteries, the type of batteries, the infrastructure to charge them, and then the availability of the vehicles for the right marketplace. Because let's face it, there aren't a huge amount of affordable EVs on the market yet. They're coming, things like the ID3, the Ford and PSA product. But up to now, Roger and I have been happy to be able to swan around in Audi e-trons and Jaguar I-Paces, but that's not a typical vehicle for the marketplace.
No.
So my guess is that it will take a little bit longer than 2025 to see that penetration. 2030, we should be plenty of those vehicles around.
Well, let's not forget that Renault Zoe is Europe's top-selling EV, actually. So, notwithstanding the glamour and the glitz and the attraction of Tesla, inevitably, because they're so good at all of that, and the Model 3 is amazing. It's an amazing car. There you are. There's Renault, an established OEM with that fantastic, car at a reasonably good price. Sounds like some Top Gear thing, doesn't it? So listen, I think it's a great question, Stefan. There's a lot more that we could go into in all of that, but in the interest of just cracking through this, let's leave it at that for the moment. But thank you for asking a question. I hope Miles, Sam, is Sam around? Sam Lee was next, actually. If not, because looking at the time on Sam's question, it could be that he's gone to bed. That's the thing with these. It's all over the world, isn't it? You've no idea where people are. But if Miles is around, Miles Gillespie has got a question for Julia. I think that'll be our wrap-up question. So if you're there, Miles, the stage is yours. There's Julia for you.
Thank you very much. A really nice presentation, really interesting to see. But I must admit, I'm quite curious. If you're having an event at a city and all of a sudden you're turning up with a lot of high capacity vehicles, how do you get capacity in? Because it's going to be temporary and it's hard enough to get capacity at locations for charging anyway. I'm assuming you must turn up with charging facilities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great question.
This is certainly one of the challenges, and also not surprised that this is going to be the focus of generation 3 of the car. The charging infrastructure is going to be really at the center of what we do. So certainly we turn up with all technical material that is necessary for the charging. And as I was saying, this is where also the source of the energy sometimes is really a struggle, because it's not that we can plug on the grid. We have to be off the grid most of the time because of the amount of energy that we need in such short amount of time to charge the cars and to power the rest of the event. So this is a big focus. This is a real challenge. And again, the example I was giving on the partnership that we've developed with IOC and Paris 2024 in France, one of the many, it really illustrates that, this is a challenge that obviously we're experiencing us from the electric vehicles perspective, but I would say it's a wider city focus that is a good opportunity to test and to try and improve.
Will you be coming to London? I know you were doing Cenex, and then COVID came.
Yeah, we're still hoping to be able to have our race in London at the end of the summer.
Brilliant. Yes, please.
Yeah, Miles, I've got to say, when they had it in Battersea Park a few times, it was just a joy. Unfortunately, a few people that lived around the place didn't quite share that view, but let's not get into that. Listen, thank you. That was a lovely question to finish on, Miles. Thank you to everybody else who's asked questions. I do like this, in getting people to ask them, in person. It's sort of it's great. But this is the first conclusion of the first session today. I really enjoyed listening to both of you. So thank you, Ian. Thank you, Julia, and thank you for answering all those questions so nicely and neatly. I see that we've got Imogen there waiting for the next session, which will be in about 10 minutes. Just under 10 minutes. Imogen Pearce, Head of City Engagement and Integration at Arrival. And then we've also got Daniel Musenga-Grant, who's an environmental consultant and knows a whole bunch of clever stuff. So we'll do the same thing again, 2 presentations, a nice panel discussion and a good Q&A with everyone on there. But for now, for just this session, please go and take a comfort break. There shouldn't be a queue for coffee or tea. And hopefully, as I said earlier, you can just walk straight into the toilet if you need to. Ian, Julia, thank you for now.
Thanks, Roger.
Pleasure. Thanks for
having me. See you later.
Me.
Goodbye. Bye-bye. Well, welcome back, everybody. We now have a very nice couple of sessions, and then again, as I mentioned, a panel session. I can see our speakers are there already, Imogen and Daniel. So first up is Imogen. Imogen Pearce is Head of City Engagement and Integration at Arrival, a fascinating company. I've had the opportunity to visit the facility here in the UK, in Banbury, a while ago. Unfortunately, I couldn't write about it or put anything up on LinkedIn about it because it's all very top secret. But they're absolutely not in stealth mode now. And as Imogen is going to share with us, there's a lot going on. So there was some very exciting news yesterday with a wonderful video from an announcement in the USA, where the company is now engaged with their first micro factory. And I'm sure Imogen's going to talk a bit about that. But it's a lot more than just, oh, here's another EV company. What are they up to? They're a bit more than that. And I'm very pleased to see that. And certainly the video yesterday, little plug for LinkedIn, by the way, I put that up on my LinkedIn channel. It's all about people. It's all about the city and how it works. It's all about liberating mobility for people. So it's not just about flashy, wealthy people and shiny electric cars. And I think that's very much a narrative that I'm keen on myself. So without any further ado, I never know what really ado means, but I think it's prattling on, which I do a lot of. I'd like to welcome Imogen to the stage. I'd like to say, please join us and tell us about what you're up to and why you're keen on this wonderful work that Camden Clean Air Initiative do, because I think it is wonderful work. So Imogen, the stage is yours.
Hello, and thank you so much, Roger, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak today as well. The video that you mentioned is absolutely correct. I watched it yesterday, and to be honest, it does a far better job at explaining what we're trying to do here at Arrival than this presentation that I'm about to share with you, but hopefully I can keep you as engaged. I'm just going to share my screen. I've had a bit of trouble with Keynote this morning, so fingers crossed it's okay.
I'll let you know when it pops up. Oh, there you are. We've got it. That's all good.
And is presentation mode okay as well?
Yeah, perfect.
Fabulous. Thank you very much. I'm going to give you a little bit of an overview and introduction to Arrival, and tell you a bit about how we're sort of creating our brand new electric vehicles, and then start to delve into what we're doing beyond just manufacturing electric vehicles and starting to think more about not just sustainability, but resiliency as well. So founded in 2015, we've been operating in stealth mode until January last year. And during that time, we've now grown to over 1,500 people. And since our sort of inception, we've really been focusing on what can we do to make electric vehicles suitable for the world today, if we're able to design them completely from the ground up. And really that's culminated in these beautiful vehicles that you see there on the right-hand side. And also a unit economics that means that we can start to be really price competitive with fossil fuel equivalents, which, as we know, is a major barrier to electric vehicle adoption. Additionally, it's also meant that we have this very flexible modular design, which means we can manufacture in microfactories. We've also attracted a number of interest and orders from some big globally renowned players such as UPS, Hyundai, Kia, and also backing from BlackRock as well. So as you might have been able to tell from that image, the previous image, we've been focusing largely on commercial vehicles. So that means buses and vans. And as we know, with newer technologies, they normally tend to start in the luxury segment, and that technology starts to trickle down to the commercial segment. However, we know that this is an absolutely enormous and growing market segment, partly down to sort of the rise of e-commerce and next day delivery for ASOS, but also just that the types of industries mean that commercial vehicles are a growing segment. And for us, they are also super interesting because they have very well understood fleet and sort of vehicle usage patterns that we can really start to understand things, for example, like range anxiety. And additionally, if we can sort of electrify vehicles that people interact with on a daily basis from buses and vans, then it means that we can start to deliver clean technology to more people more quickly. So we're currently at pre-production mode with our bus coming out early next year and our van shortly afterwards in late 2022 and early 2023. So this is a really, really exciting time for us. We've been in R&D mode and we're really starting to sort of transition out of that phase and become a very serious player on the global stage. This is our van, which you may have seen in various sort of news announcements. And you can see that it's very different from what you might expect from a traditional sort of Ford Transit van. And this is because we've designed completely around the drivers. They've been very, very integral to the design process. And really we've had to think, well, this doesn't just need to function as a vehicle, but it's also somebody's place of work. And therefore, if you're spending 8 to 10 hours a day in this vehicle, it really needs to function as seamlessly and smoothly as possible. And our bus, I never really thought I could be excited about a bus, but honestly, it really is a beautiful piece of engineering and has been designed with completely the same consideration to drivers and passengers as our vans. And I guess not just our sort of passengers and drivers, but actually anyone who has to interact with these vehicles. So you'll notice on the bottom right-hand side that the seats actually are on a cantilever. And this is because we know that cleaners only have 4 minutes to clean each bus at the end of each day. So we want to limit any kind of sort of grooves or spaces that they have to clean around so that we can create the cleanest bus possible in the shortest amount of time. So how have we been doing this? Why do we think that we have a method that has achieved substantially cheaper products than our competitors? Well, really, it comes down to sort of something that we describe as the new method, and this comes down to sort of 5 key components. So the first of which is plug and play components. Now, these are made completely in-house. We sort of pride ourselves on being very vertically integrated, and importantly, they're made within a size architecture. And really what that means is that our vehicles and their components can go together a bit like a sort of a Tetris or Lego-like model. And aside from having very easy assembly, that also means that swapping or upgrading components also becomes exceptionally easy as well. Additionally, they're also completely software enabled, so that means that we can conduct a lot of predictive and preventative maintenance by tracking each of those components. Next, we have our modular skateboard platform, so called because it's sort of completely flat, much like a skateboard. And this houses our chassis and powertrain. And owing to sort of its configuration being completely flat, it allows us a lot of flexibility, and also for our vans to be able to use the maximum amount of cargo space possible. We also have this really, really interesting composite material that, again, we've developed completely in-house. So unlike many traditional automotive manufacturers, we don't use steel or aluminium body panels, but instead use this proprietary composite material. And the advantage of that is that it's incredibly lightweight, which, as we know, sort of is a useful consideration when we start to think about battery range, but it's also very, very highly durable, and commercial vehicles go through a substantial amount of wear and tear. So that's a really important consideration. And again, probably most interestingly, they're fully recyclable and super low cost, both with regards to the material itself and also the tooling. And that means that we can make these panels very, very quickly as well. And finally, we have our digital ecosystem. So as I mentioned, many of our components are software enabled, and this means that we can create a number of supporting tools and services such as fleet management portals, driver apps, even our internal tools that we use within Arrival to start to kind of really optimize the operation of our vehicles out on the road. So I think really sort of epitomizes the whole concept of device on wheels. And that also means that, you know, this is a continuously improving set of operations and vehicles, and we can garner a huge amount of insights from their operation as well. So really this starts to tell you that actually sustainability is a really core part of our DNA and is considered at every single juncture of a design decision. Everything that we do is around sort of trying to extend the usable life of the vehicles, maximizing the absolute bandwidth of our technologies, and leveraging the insights that we're gathering so that we can have this continuous improvement. But I think possibly more interesting than all of that is that because of this new method and the way that we design and the way things come together, we can manufacture these vehicles in microfactories, which have a very small footprint, a reasonably low cost compared to our competitors, and can importantly be deployed in local areas. So this is our one in Bicester, so just outside of Oxford. We have one that's sort of similar in size in Banbury, which is, we do a bit of assembly there, but it's much more of an R&D centre. And this is our one in Rock Hill, in South Carolina, which is very close to our North American headquarters in Charlotte. And as Roger sort of briefly mentioned, we announced yesterday that we have an additional microfactory located sort of about 50 minutes away from this one in a place called Meadow Oak in North Carolina. And you can kind of get a sense of just how small these facilities are, which so you can see sort of from the size of a vehicle there that actually they can start to fit in existing warehouses, which means that they can be located close to urban centres. And to give you some idea of like the fact that this actually is small, because obviously it does look like a large building, this is around 1/11 of the size of a traditional automotive manufacturing plant. And part of the reason that we've been able to do this is because instead of having a big, large snaking assembly line, we actually manufacture in these small robotic cells. And the reason that we're able to do that is because our vehicles are so modular and come together very simply, which means that you can start to maximize the capability of each of these robotic operations rather than having to have this linear step-by-step sort of snaking process. So owing to this small footprint, it means that they can be deployed much closer to urban centres. We can have many more of them, which reduces our need for sort of polluting onward logistics that you would have if you had one centralised manufacturing unit. And also they can start to create local jobs. They can be supported by an entirely localised supply chain. And it also means that the vehicles that we're producing are then going to be used in the community in which they're built as well. But what else? We've spoken about sort of extending the usable life, maximising the capability of our technologies, creating local jobs. Also worth noting that these microfactories, we aim to have as much sort of renewable energy and as low carbon footprint as possible. But what else can we as Arrival do? Well, what am I really talking about here? I guess our vehicles have this enormous capability to provide a vast amount of insights. And they're also part of this mobility ecosystem, which we know directly impacts people's access to goods, services, communities, and economic opportunity. And this can start to have a number of unintended consequences by starting to change the very fabric of cities, from how they grow, where people live, and innumerate quality of life indicators. And then if you throw into the mix the fact that smart city initiatives will also, in which sort of transportation, data, digital and physical infrastructure all become very intrinsically linked, we can see that for Arrival, armed with this technology and our social conscience, we can start to do quite a bit more. Now, I'm just going to illustrate this with a couple of examples. So, for example, this is a map of New York, and as we know, public transit has suffered severe loss of ridership owing to the coronavirus pandemic. But as we can also see, in New York, bus ridership has recovered much better in poorer neighbourhoods and communities, which is challenging because it promises to exacerbate any kind of cultural perceptions of bus travel, which ultimately could reduce available funding for those communities that are most dependent on that public transit. Equally, in Atlanta, this was a very, very interesting study. So we know that the availability of public transit directly impacts people's access to economic opportunity. So in Atlanta, they proved that if they increased the bus service by 40%, they could increase the number of jobs available or sort of reachable within 30 minutes on transit by a factor of 9. And then once you consider other things like spatial agglomeration, reduced congestion, larger, bigger, diverse talent pools for employers, you can start to see all of these additional sort of exponential benefits as well. And the challenges are pretty similar for commercial vehicles as well. So according to the World Economic Forum, the number of delivery vehicles will increase by about 36% in the top 100 cities over the next 10 years. But where are the electric vehicles being deployed, and which are the areas that have the current highest volume of polluting traffic? Well, typically, and this is true of most places in the world, poor communities tend to live near busier roads or industrial areas, and that means that they are exponentially more exposed to air pollutants, and sort of this growing number of delivery vehicles is driving that bigger gap in environmental injustice. So as Arrivals, we start to think about our go-to-market strategies and our deployment strategies. These are the sorts of considerations that we can really start to bake into those plans. So what are we doing about it? Well, firstly, we really need to start to understand our cities and their challenges with the same rigor and attention to detail that we do for our commercial customers. But cities are complicated and unwieldy and very vast interconnected ecosystems, and we absolutely cannot profess to be experts. And that's why we need to form these really strong partnerships and collaborations with cities, such that we can start to see how transportation and mobility can start to be this force to target specific sustainability challenges or sort of social issues for the city as well. And this can take a number of different forms. So from education and engagement, which we know well, I guess we sort of kind of forget as people who are so involved in the sort of electric vehicle space that actually there is a tremendous amount of engagement and education that still needs to be done. And for many, these technologies are still considered very new and in some instances a little bit scary. We can also start to look at various smart data approaches. So how can we sort of leverage the insights that are coming from our vehicles? We can look at public-private partnerships and various sort of pilot projects that can look at various sustainable mobility initiatives, workforce development, not just within our microfactories, but also in the sort of service network and also charging infrastructure deployment as well as any other kind of zero emission city initiatives, such as zero emission areas. And we know that if we sort of consider all of those things together, actually the city can start to be informed by how our mobility solutions are being used. So for example, zero emission freight zones or pedestrian areas. And equally, that's going to have an additional feedback loop in that it will start to inform the evolution of our products and services as well. So to give you a bit of an example about this, in December last year, we announced our North American headquarters in Charlotte in North Carolina. Charlotte's a reasonably small city with a population of about 1 million. And we signed this memorandum of understanding to identify key areas of collaboration that could help the city to reach their strategic energy action plan, which is their plan to how Charlotte can become a low carbon city by 2050. And as we're currently sort of pre-production at this stage, it's been much more around workforce development initiatives, how we can partner with local universities, provide mentorship opportunities, to also things like adapting the curriculum at the local community colleges to account for the amount of robotics that we have within our microfactories as well. We're also looking at sort of other studies to understand how mobility operates within the city. So here you can see a number of different maps of Charlotte showing various different indicators. And within each one, you can start to see that this particular area, in an area called the Arc of Charlotte or the Eastern Arc of Charlotte, is particularly problematic. It's very vulnerable to displacement, so gentrification. It's an incredibly non-white population and also has a much lower income area. And so when we start to think about improving accessibility to bus networks, this might be an area that garners much more of our attention and focus, and we can start to work with the city to really understand what we need to do, right from sort of engaging with that community through to actually deploying the charging infrastructure and those additional routes. And again, sort of not just thinking about traditional bus routes, but also sort of demand responsive transit as well. I won't dwell too much on that because it's a vast interconnected diagram, but essentially just sort of illustrating my point that we're working with cities, they're influencing, we have this opportunity to influence how those cities function, but in turn, those cities will start to influence the sort of future evolution of our products. So to conclude, our ambitions as a company and sustainability go way beyond just our vehicles and manufacture, but actually really focus on creating very resilient systems that can enable these radically better cities. So if you have any questions, please do let me know. You can find me on LinkedIn, and thank you very much for listening.
Wowzers, Imogen. Honestly, wowzers. That's what I'm thinking. And I've written a few words. That was great. Great presentation. Spot on 20 minutes as well. I've written down holistic, forensic, human, societal. And do you know what I liked about the presentation? You didn't mention once top speed or 0 to 60 acceleration. You know, and, you know, we all know what EVs can do, and yeah, some of those aspects of things like that are important to some people, but what's lovely about what you're doing there is so much of it, and it was shown in that video as you mentioned, isn't about just the product. It's about the bigger picture. It's about urban operating, defined mileage, back to base vehicles, and the huge challenge of trying to democratize mobility. So it's refreshing perspective, I have to say. So of course there are plenty of questions that are coming in. We're going to ask those after we've heard from Daniel. So if you'd like to sit tight for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to invite, thank you for that. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of questions. I'd like to invite Daniel Musenga-Grant to the stage. He's environmental consultant at HV Systems. So yes, and also, have you got two jobs, Daniel? Because it says DMG Environmental Consultancy and HV Systems. Are you doing two jobs at once?
So I have my own environmental consultancy. I do work for HV Systems through that, but I was also an employee of HV Systems before I started DMG. So it's a kind of an amalgamation of both. Gotcha.
Well, look, welcome to the stage. You have 20 minutes and then we're going to have a good 20-minute Q&A. There's loads coming in for Imogen. That's why I didn't want to chit-chat with her after that. I wanted to get through as many of them as possible. Okay. So likewise for your presentation, the stage is yours, my friend.
Great. I'll just share my screen and get started. Okay, is that clear? Everyone?
Yep, got that clear. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you.
I'll get started. Great. So I'm here today to talk to you about hope and hydrogen economy. My name is Daniel Musenga-Grant, and first of all, I'd like to say that there is hope. There's a problem, but there's hope, and together we can face climate change head on. We need to keep pushing and innovating, and we need to keep going, because fatalism is going to be the end of the environment. I believe that we're stewards and that it's our responsibility to look after this world that we've been given. One sector that's working on this problem is the hydrogen economy. And the hydrogen economy is all of the work, the sectors and the jobs surrounding the generation, distribution and the use of hydrogen. Hydrogen is a zero emissions fuel, and it can be produced using renewable methods, so that's good for the environment. A bit about myself, I run my own environmental consultancy, DMG, but I was also one of the first employees at HVS, and I'm part of the project execution team that's delivering our vehicles. I've got a background in biology and environmental management, both of them because I was interested in interactions. So biology, what are the interactions between plants, animals and the environment? And then environmental management, what is our interaction with our environment? How can we have the buildings we want and the roads that we want to have? How can we produce the energy we need and grow the crops that we need without impacting our environment negatively? How can we do that in the best way? So kind of my passion for the environment and kind of a bit of renewables kind of combined with HV Systems, which is vehicles that can be powered by fuel produced renewably. Onto the issue at hand, climate change. I saw this graphic almost a year ago, and I think it still sums up where we are now. If you can't read the wee speech bubble, it says, be sure to wash your hands and all will be well. And then that small red wave at the bottom is COVID-19. And then we have the recession wave behind, which we're starting to see now. And then behind that, we've got climate change and biodiversity collapse. And you can figure out how much hand washing is going to help us when we get to that stage. Now, this is an event called the Future of Greentech Transport. So I hope that you of all people don't need a lecture about the seriousness of climate change. At HVS, we were recently reminded as a team how important it is to never lose sight of why we do what we do. We had the Paris Agreement in 2015, where the global community we're coming into Glasgow, COP26 in November. That's the city I'm in at the moment. And sadly, it's looking like we've pretty much locked in to miss that 1.5 target. We have a good understanding of some of the impacts that will bring. Websites like the Carbon Brief cover temperature, rain, ice, oceans, drought, crops, nature, the economy, health, so many different things. And they also look at specific geographical areas. They also take their evidence from scientific papers, so these aren't just prophecies of doom. But there are also things that we don't understand. This other picture in the left-hand corner there is a really striking picture I saw of land subsidence caused by the permafrost melting in Siberia. we don't know all the impacts this is going to have. There's a potential that this might lead to runaway climate change. Mary Robson, who is the ex-Prime Minister of Ireland and the face of climate justice is the idea that it is wrong for people to suffer the impacts of climate change that was caused by others. She says that the worst thing we can do is think there's nothing that we can do. So that is why hope is so important. We always need to be talking about the solutions. We can't just be sitting around talking about how bad it can be. So what are those solutions? There's so many out there. Our natural solutions, the earth can generally self-regulate, and plants are great carbon sinks, and though forests get all of the PR, they're actually only the 5th most efficient ecosystem in the carbon storage cycle. We have salt marshes, mangrove forests, seagrass meadows, and tundra are actually, tundra is the best one. We've got big tree planting initiatives across the world, especially in 11 countries in Africa and in China, where they're having the Great Green Wall initiatives to try and stop the Gobi and Sahara deserts encroaching. Finally, we're moving back into the development of unnatural carbon capture. Basically, that's the reverse of the oil and gas industry, where you capture the CO2 as it's produced and you bury it underground again. This can also be done using direct air capture, which is pictured in the top right of this slide. I think that direct air capture should be done using renewables, otherwise you're just going to produce more as you're trying to get rid of it. Renewables, of course, are one of our main solutions to this problem. Production has increased massively, but so has our demand for energy. We need to also reduce our consumption somehow, or we'll just end up keep on using more fossil fuels. The good news is that renewables are on the rise. Back in 2008, in the UK, energy mix was 81.2% fossil fuels, 5% renewables, but in 2018 that was 44% fossil fuels and 33.1% renewables, and it's only going to get better. Though I think we have to keep an eye out on this new coal mine that the government's trying to open in Cumbria. Renewables they're really good for electricity, but they're not so good for heating. And that's where we can start to talk about hydrogen. In both Fife and Aberdeen here in Scotland, there are plans to trial 300 homes heated entirely by hydrogen. Where else can hydrogen be used? Of course, it can be used in the transport industry. Obviously, we could walk, we could cycle, we could take public transport to reduce our emissions, or we could avoid transport entirely, which we're all very practiced at now as I speak to you from the spare room in my house. But humans do like to get from A to B. And since we've got cars, we love to do that in comfort. It's estimated that there are 1.42 billion vehicles on the roads worldwide, and that doesn't include mining and farm vehicles. Transport is about 14% of global emissions, but that's higher if you count just carbon emissions. In the UK, we're slowly increasing our number of ultra-low emission vehicles, but we are way behind countries like Norway, which has the most per capita, and China, which just has the most. But China generally has the most of everything. However, there are some limits to battery technology that means it won't cover all of our needs, such as grid and space constraints on charging, low energy density and for larger vehicles, and issues with lithium supply. But that just means that we need other options as well. Hydrogen is the most promising of these. It's zero emissions. It can be produced by renewables. It can be used for energy storage, and which means you don't need to take the electricity out of the grid there and then. You can store it and use it when needed. This also means, because of the renewables, that local production is possible for hydrogen. There are lots of different types of fuel cell, but PEM, or proton electron membrane, is the most common. They were invented by William Grove, who's a Welsh physicist, and that was back in 1838. But these two pictures on the right here, that's how one looks now. You see this silver bit in the lower one, that is the fuel cell stack. Each of the different lines of a fuel cell is called a cell, and together they're called the stack. So I'll take you quickly through how a hydrogen fuel cell works. Basically, hydrogen comes in and it is separated from its electron at the anode. The electron goes off and powers something, say a light bulb or an electric motor. Then the electron comes back and is reattached with oxygen from the atmosphere and the hydrogen again at the cathode. and this produces water. The only byproducts of a fuel cell are heat and water. What are some of the issues of hydrogen? So hydrogen is a gas, and which means it takes up a lot of room. So for transport, it's stored at 350 or 700 bar pressure, and it takes extremely strong tanks to store it like that. When we used to come to conferences in person, we would always get asked about the safety of hydrogen, and something that would always come up is the Hindenburg disaster. This was back in 1937, and it's where 36 people were killed when this exploded. However, this was a canvas bubble powered by internal combustion engines, and as amazing as the engineers of the past were, I would say that this was an accident waiting to happen. This is how hydrogen is stored now. It is exceedingly safe. This Toyota tank has 3 layers: an outer glass fiber reinforced layer that protects against surface abrasions, a middle strong layer made from carbon fiber reinforced plastic, and an inner plastic lined layer to prevent leakage. I watched a video of this tank, and it took 2 50 caliber bullets hitting the same point to rupture it. So it's very strong, and even if it does rupture, it does have a controlled pressure relief. And hydrogen is 14 times lighter than air, so it just dissipates into the atmosphere instead of gathering in flammable puddles beneath you, as our current fuel choices do. There are now plans to roll out hydrogen infrastructure across the world and across this country. And we at HV Systems and others are working on that, and we already have the technology that we need to do that. It also makes more sense to create infrastructure for an actually zero emissions fuel instead of for LNG or CNG gas, which is a temporary and still emitting solution. Hydrogen isn't found in its pure form on Earth, so it needs to be extracted before it can be used. It's already produced in large volumes as part of industrial processes such as steam methane reforming or anaerobic digesters, but the ultimate goal is to use electrolysis. Electro is electricity and lysis is splitting. So it's just the splitting of water with electricity. It's the reverse of a fuel cell. Water is split into hydrogen and oxygen, and hydrogen is captured. The amazing thing about electrolysis is it can be done using renewable electricity, making it 100% renewable zero emission fuel, or green hydrogen as we call it. Electrolysis also opens up several possibilities for the energy sector. It gives us the opportunity for grid balancing, which can protect the grid from overheating due to excess renewable generation on an especially windy day or an especially sunny day. It also gives us opportunities for energy storage. Electricity is quite hard to store, and batteries are expensive and they lose charge over time. But hydrogen, once you've produced it, just sits there in its tank, and you can use it when you need it or convert it back into electricity. That brings us back to HV Systems. Our goal is to achieve net zero in the heavy duty transport sector by introducing a range of zero emission commercial vehicles to the market. Eventually this will cover all applications from 5 to 44 tons, but for now we're focusing on a medium duty chassis cab MCV or van and a 4x2 articulate HGV tractor unit. Both of these vehicles are hydrogen powered, utilizing cutting-edge hydrogen fuel cell technology, industry-leading electronic axles, and a wealth of other market-leading components throughout the powertrain. HVS is a systems integrator, bringing together world-leading components and packaging them into our innovative vehicle designs. Our prototype build for a van is currently underway, and we have completed an in-depth Innovate UK funded feasibility study for a truck, with prototype build due to commence next year. We've got a highly experienced team and advisory board, and we've secured all the key partners required for our project. A few especially noteworthy members of our team to deliver this ambitious plan are Steve Clayton, our CTO, and Pete Clark, our head of design, who have worked on zero emission vehicles from notepad to production in the past, including the LECV van. I also want to point your attention to Dr. David Telford, our head of sustainability, who recently helped Aberdeen to install hydrogen refueling at their Aberdeen Exhibition and Conference Centre. The rest of our team are also highly qualified in their fields with a blend of industry, business and financial experience. We have a close working relationship with our suppliers of our powertrain components and also to produce our demonstrator vehicles. We aren't creating these prototypes in a vacuum. UPS and other end users are working with us to ensure that our zero-emission vehicles meet their industry needs. Part of that means carrying out extensive market and competitor analysis. Diesel vehicles still occupy 97.9% of the HGV market. Therefore, our vehicles and arrivals, which we heard from earlier, they're required to meet the stringent European emissions reduction targets of 15% by 2025 and 30% by 2030. HGVs make up only 2.1% of EU road transport, but they account for 27% of emissions, and 68% of those are attributed to the 4x2 tractor unit that we're focusing on as our first demonstrator truck, which unlocks massive potential for emission savings. There is also a strong market pull for both of our truck and van based on our end user partners' requirements. We expect hydrogen to reach total cost of ownership parity with diesel by 2030. But there are already market, environmental, legislative and grant funding opportunities in play. The current European HGV market is dominated by 7 vehicles owned by only 5 automotive groups. Our analysis found that there was less than 100 millimeters difference between the size of their cabs. New legislation gives us huge opportunities for innovation within this slow-moving and conservative sector. For example, our cab is 800 millimeters longer, giving improved driver and road user safety, increased driver comfort, and better aerodynamic performance, amongst other benefits. One of the main USPs of HVS is that we are a small, highly skilled and innovative team. The environmental benefits of our project are staggering. Securing only 2.5% of the European market, our trucks would save 104 tons of CO2, 165 kilograms of NOx, and 4 kilograms of particulate matter every year each. To put that into context, should we reach our 2.5% market goals, this will result in more savings per annum than the entire emissions output of Heathrow Airport. We're not the only ones operating in the hydrogen transport sector. There are quite a few prototypes coming through on the commercial vehicle market. We have the Honda Clarity, the Toyota Mirai, and the Hyundai Nexo, amongst others, in the car market. There are other more niche applications, such as Element 1's hydrogen plane. There's the potential for hydrogen-powered tanker ships carrying hydrogen between countries, which is already being considered between Australia and Japan. We've got hydrogen forklift trucks. We've even got hydrogen drones. And of course, we've got public transport. These are the Aberdeen hydrogen buses, which is the largest fleet in Europe, and they're also the first ones to have double-decker buses. Finally, we've got the Alstrom hydrogen train. It's already running in Germany, and it's been trialled in the UK as well. These two are overviews of the hydrogen economy. On the left, we have Japan's overview of their hydrogen economy. Japan is the most advanced country at just going for it, with the delayed Olympics this year set to be the hydrogen Olympics. But any country could follow this plan and implement the hydrogen economy. The map shows many different things, lots of which I've covered today, and this model, as I said, could be followed by any country. It talks about the different means of hydrogen production, all the different ways it can be transported both within the country and abroad. It covers using it for electricity, for transport, for businesses, for the public, for heating is in there as well. Japan wanted to be ready for the hydrogen economy by 2020, but they plan to have it fully implemented into their society by 2030. On the right here, we've got a more simplified diagram. It shows all of our energy generation means, so fossil fuels, nuclear, renewables, which go into the grid. These can be used to produce hydrogen. This hydrogen can then be used for many different things, so transport, fertilizer, it can be used for heating, as I said, or it can be converted back into electricity and used in the grid when needed. The hydrogen economy is going to produce so many jobs in the production, distribution, and all the ways that hydrogen can be used. There's going to be so many new businesses popping up. There's going to be massive economic growth. We're going to have the removal of carbon emissions. We're going to be able to fully utilize our renewable energy. It's also going to give us energy security. as you can produce it locally. So instead of relying on a gas pipeline from Russia or tankers arriving from Saudi Arabia, you can produce the hydrogen within your own country, wherever you are. We've also got the opportunity in vehicles to reduce the battery size, which is good for recycling and waste purposes because fuel cells are mostly recyclable. We get the quick refueling times we're used to with petrol and diesel. And we also get quite a long range because the only thing that's limiting your range is how much hydrogen you can store on board. There's also a lot of innovations going around and inventions around ammonia as a transport solution. Not on the vehicles, but moving the fuel around countries. The hydrogen economy is ready to happen. It's starting to happen in some countries who are willing to take the first steps. And the UK is in a great position to become a hydrogen leader. With all that Aberdeen is doing, and we have many of our hydrogen companies across the country. And of course, you've got us at HVS. In summary, we feel we are the right company to bring hydrogen-powered commercial vehicles to the UK and EU market, because we address 3 points of the government's 10-point plan to reach net zero. We continue the environmental gains seen during the recent COVID-19 lockdowns. Our vehicles will achieve TCO parity with diesel by at most 2030. This project also provides opportunities for sales and tax revenue for the country, job creation and strengthening the UK's zero-emission automotive supply chain. In summary, we're ready to go ahead of this project. We have the end users like UPS in place, we have the component suppliers ready to go, and we have an experienced delivery team who have already completed similar projects. That's part of where I find my hope for the future. But where will you find yours? Because it's out there. There's hope in rewilding and planting trees, in reducing our energy consumption and producing more in renewable ways, in sucking tons of CO2 out of the air and storing it underground where it belongs, and in creating zero-emission vehicles and producing countless more carbon-saving initiatives. We have the ability, we have the technology, and we have the drive, and that's where I think the hope is. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Daniel. That's a passionate plea in many aspects, you know, global as well as your own business and what you're doing there. Fantastic. So please stay with us. Imogen, if you'd like to come back to the stage, we've got a bunch of questions. What I liked about both your presentations there is they were personal. It's something I notice much more so now. Maybe it's my age, I don't know, but a lot of people doing work like you've just described, you're not doing it just to get a paycheck. You're doing it because you believe in it. You're doing it because it's a passion that you have. And I think that delivers an extraordinary energy to things, far more than perhaps, you know, a few things I've done in the past where, yeah, you're really mainly doing it for the money, to be honest. So good. Bravo to both of you. Let's go straight into the questions then. I did suggest to people if they didn't want to go on mic, they didn't have to. And so Doug would like me to read his question. It's this: with regular software updates, will Arrival be introducing increasing levels of autonomy? And what time frame do you see vehicles becoming totally autonomous? I guess he's thinking partly because of your one of your other companies, Robo Race, and some of what you said, Imogen. So what's the answer to Doug, please?
So I think I'm going to end up giving the slightly PR-y answer. So apologies for that in advance.
That's not like you.
But essentially, most of our kind of automated driving features are very much focused towards advanced driver assistance and focusing on improving the safety of our vehicles. So vans and buses typically don't have particularly sophisticated software, but we really want to make sure that we've got things like cyclist detection and sort of emergency braking and that kind of thing. With regards to additional layers or levels of autonomy, we're obviously sort of looking at autonomy as a sort of research piece, and as every other sort of automotive manufacturer is. But I really can't give a sort of a clear answer as to how those vehicles will be updated. And I think, to be honest, we have to take a steer from the unions that are impacted by our vans and also the legislative environment that sits around autonomous vehicles. So technical side, yes, we can look at, but need to take a steer from how it's perceived more globally.
Right. Okay. Yeah, it's going to get tricky, isn't it? Doug actually asked 2 questions, and I'm going to let him sneak in his second one because I'm just going to read it out. And it's actually for you, Daniel. How do hydrogen gas turbines compare with fuel cells for efficiency? Are there an option for HGVs either for fuel extenders or direct drive?
Can you repeat the last bit about that question?
How do hydrogen gas turbines compare with fuel cells for efficiency? Are they an option for HGVs either as fuel extenders or range extenders or direct drive?
Yep, so HVS, we're looking at a fuel cell. We're not looking at a gas turbine because it's zero emissions, we feel, whereas a gas turbine, there's the potential for sulfur dioxide to be produced during the burning for the gas turbine. So it's much better than a petrol diesel engine, but it's still not quite the 100% zero emissions that we're looking at.
Okay.
We're also trying to use, obviously on a hydrogen vehicle, it is an electric vehicle. So there will be a battery that runs the electric motors. So our goal is to try and maximize the size of the fuel cell and reduce the size of the battery as much as possible. So we're not looking to just make the hydrogen fuel cell a range extender. We're looking to build the entire vehicle platform around that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to invite David Mitchell to the stage. David, if you're there, good, you are. That was nice and quick. So David, please ask your question in person to either Daniel or Imogen.
Well, my question is to Imogen. Thank you very much for a great presentation. I was just very intrigued about your microfactories, and with your body in white, what's your plan? Is it to make all those panels in-house within your microfactory? That's my first question. And then my second one, I noticed on your slide that you said you're not painting your vehicles. Is it your intent then to wrap your vehicles if the customer requires? And I just wondered what your plan of action was for finishing off the vehicles prior to sending to customer.
Yep, so we're manufacturing the body panels in-house within the microfactories. And it's actually an amazing process because the composite material looks like a fabric when you first sort of look at it, and then how it's treated within the microfactory and sort of stamped, that's when it becomes the sort of the body panel and how you'd expect it in a vehicle. We want to avoid painting just because it becomes it's highly polluting. So for our customers that would require our vehicles to be wrapped, we'd absolutely do that. And we know that that's sort of much easier, particularly to sort of cope with wear and tear, than it would be to sort of constantly have to do repaint jobs.
Good question. Thanks, David. Great question.
Is it possible just to go back on one point?
Yeah, go on quick.
Just on the body again, because it's an FRP, GRP process. Have you worked out the value stream map and it's commercially viable, your processes?
Oh, yeah. So I'm not going to sort of delve too much into it, but absolutely, yeah, there's been lots of work to look at sort of the commercial viability of our proposal. It's sort of in progress and scaling up at the moment. Yeah, so it's a robust process.
Good question, David. You can it sounds you clearly know what you're talking about. So I'd like to go to Simon or Iain again next, if they're around. I think we've got Simon. There we go. Simon Maloney. You've got a nice, simple question, Simon. So fire away. We'll unmute your microphone and then you can ask it yourself. So yes, fire away, Simon. It's all yours, Simon. Where you go.
We've got 2 Simons, is it?
Yeah, no, Simon Maloney I'm after. Sorry, Simon Maloney. It's you. You're on. Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll ask for him in this case. How can I invest in a rival? Simon's asking, Simon Maloney.
Ooh, I don't know if I can answer that question, but if you do some Googling, I'm sure you'll find out.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Well, you've gone through the SPAC route in America. I know that. That's public knowledge. So it's on the NASDAQ and it has a value. And I think a lot of people, the more they hear your story, are going to be interested. I should say no more than that because I'm not a financial person or anything in that regard. Simon Garwood is also there. So Simon, would you like to ask your question? if Simon go. They're all becoming shy. I don't know what it is. I think you've both given them such a blasting presentation. There's not a lot more to say, but I know they're there, so we'll try and get them up. I tell you what, I'll ask Jan's question. Hi, Imogen. How easily would traditional OEMs be able to adopt an Arrival type manufacturing method? Will Arrival be a supplier to OEMs or a competitor?
This is a really interesting question. So I think the challenge with OEMs is that there is a supply chain, an existing sort of an assembly line at the end of their operation. So actually having an opportunity to sort of put everything down, go back to the drawing board and think about how to fundamentally redesign everything that sort of goes into making a vehicle is challenging, because there is that assembly line at the end of the day. So I don't know sort of how difficult it would be to sort of pivot an entire operation, but I think the advantage that Arrival has had is that we haven't had that pressure. We've had the time to sort of really sort of go away, optimize this as much as possible, and come up with a sort of a really flexible solution. So I think that's a long-winded way of saying, because we're new, we've been given that license to kind of really experiment.
Right. Okay. Simon's just let us know he doesn't have a mic. That's why we couldn't hear him. Now, I don't know how close he was to my office or yours, but I don't think shouting would have worked either. But Simon, I'm glad we got to ask your question. I hope that was useful. So we've got Atola Tajabadi, hopefully around. If not, Daria Shulakova. I'll go. There's yes. So. Atola, your question, fire away, please. In fact, you've got two, so I'm going to let you sneak them both in. If you can make them nice and quick, you can ask both of them, because I know one's for Imogen and one's for Daniel.
All right, thanks so much. So first of all, thank you guys. Great talk, both of you. Very fascinating and very informative. For Imogen, I was wondering, how do you guys feel about sort of the level of technology you guys are developing and how it could sort of be implemented into developing countries, especially like the really fast growing cities like Dar es Salaam and these kind of places? Do you think that there's a place for this kind of technology over there, or is it too soon?
Yeah, there is 100% sort of space for this, and this is something that we're actively exploring as an organization, that how can we, when we say we have this very scalable and deployable solution, actually what does that look like for any city in the world? A lot of the challenges do come down to EV infrastructure, and that being sort of a key driver to the appetite for certain cities to sort of adopt electric vehicles. So that's something that in the sort of discussion with smaller cities or developing cities, those need to be a key integral part of the decision-making process as well.
Yeah,
okay, thank you. So your question to Daniel is about partnerships, I think, isn't it? So yeah.
Kind of, yeah, sorry.
Go on, fire away.
I was trying to figure out where sort of HVS fits into everything. So do you feel that HVS is more of like a middleman, where your focus is sort of hydrogen fuel technology, and then the rest of the technology is developed by sort of manufacturers like BMW, and you combine these two? Or is HVS ultimately trying to be a company that builds everything from scratch like Arrival?
No, we're not trying to build everything from scratch. As I said, we're a systems integrator. So instead of being a component producer, we are bringing together lots of different experts from different sectors. So a fuel cell expert, a drivetrain expert, and then we are doing the packaging for that. So it's quite complex to get everything you need into a vehicle, because vehicles are limited in size, especially commercial vehicles. So our role is designing the vehicles, getting everything packaged, picking the best components that are available. We're also looking at licensing. So eventually, instead of having to manufacture all of our vehicles, we have, similar to the skateboard platform Imogen showed, we've got a similar skateboard platform, but for a hydrogen commercial vehicle. So that could be licensed out to others and get hydrogen vehicles out there much quicker.
Hey, Daniel, you haven't been sneaking around their factory, have you?
No, definitely not.
I'm only teasing.
We've been aware of Arrival since we started, but no.
Yeah. Okay. Bruno, Miles, and Daria hopefully are around. If we can get those up, we'll get those questions asked. Just before we do, then let me ask you this. Oh no, we've got Bruno. Good. There you go, Bruno. The stage is yours. I think you asked the first question, and you've got something that's kind of, yeah. This is an interesting question for Imogen, but I'm sure Daniel's going to listen intently. Bruno, fire away. Hopefully Bruno's got a mic. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to assume it's a similar thing to as we had earlier. Hasn't got a mic. So here's the question. No, maybe not. Hi, Imogen, says Bruno. Given your modular approach and skateboard platform capabilities, are you considering hydrogen powertrains as a possibility for your vehicles? You're going to be interested in this answer, aren't you, Daniel?
So I think our sort of approach has been that the modular skateboard means that we can be fairly powertrain agnostic. Obviously, we would never want to go down a petrol diesel route. We are prioritizing electric vehicles and electric powertrains, but owing to our sort of modularity and flexibility, it could be that that's an option in the future.
Right.
Toyota's approach. So Toyota, they've got the Prius, which means pre was their electric vehicle, and then they've got the Mirai, which came from the Prius, and Mirai means future, which is the hydrogen one. So the really important thing is we're getting electric powertrains out there, because that can lead to zero emissions. And then from that electric powertrain, you can use battery electric or hydrogen.
I always like to say, not trying to pick you up on anything, but zero tailpipe emissions. Just so the people that completely pile in on, oh yes, but because then that way you can have a different conversation. Bruno, I think you might be there. I think your mic might be unmuted now. Can you hear us? Unfortunately not. No, I was just going to see if we could. Oh, he can hear us, but we can't hear him. Look, there was a great question. We can't hear you, I'm afraid, Bruno. I know I can see you in the chat saying that, but next time I'm sure it will work. Miles or Daria, I don't know if you're there. We've got a couple of more questions. We've got a couple of more minutes, so we should be able to slip those in. Miles, you're there, so yes, fire away, please.
I've been rereading my question and I didn't really write it all that well, but I was keen to get it in as I was thinking about it. My understanding is that hydrogen production is good when you've got a lot of excess electricity, because certainly it's more efficient to use it in a battery electric vehicle, certainly from a car's perspective. But and then that kind of led me to think, well, okay, potentially the longer future of hydrogen is really interesting. And then certainly it's better used in larger vehicles. But I don't know what, I don't get a clear picture as to what the cost, let's say, per mile. I think you mentioned total cost of ownership parity in 2030, did you say?
Yeah.
But I think it's generally the cost, because clearly it's not for cars. So I was surprised to see Enterprise looking at bringing them on. But for bigger vehicles, and the weight of batteries is going to be an issue, transporting per mile. So I wonder if you've got a simple perspective as to what it actually looks like, because I get a feeling hydrogen is expensive at the moment. So what does the cost look like per mile for a hydrogen heavy vehicle? Or do you see the future actually? Because my perspective is the future of hydrogen on mass would be better supporting charging electric vehicles, because as the cost of batteries come down and they become more dense, that actually it would be better placed when there's more production of electricity supporting charging infrastructure at capacity.
Okay, have a crack at that, Daniel.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I can't give you a cost per mile off the top of my head, but our total cost of ownership looks at everything. Another reason that we're going for commercial vehicles, and it's not just because of the size, is because they often follow set routes. So instead of as you mentioned with cars, that hydrogen isn't going to work. I do disagree. I think that once the infrastructure is out there, once we have a hydrogen refueling station every 5 miles, like we have a petrol station, then cars work, of course. But at the moment, for commercial vehicles, you just basically need one at the depot and one at the route that they're going to, and that can fuel an entire fleet. So we've worked out that only 4 stations could get all the cargo that comes from when we're going for commercial vehicles. It's so easy to get the refueling infrastructure in place compared to a public vehicle.
It was breaking up a little bit there, Daniel, but we got the gist of that. Thank you, Miles. That was a great question. I know we could talk a lot more, but we're in the interest of just keeping to the time frame that we have. We're going to move on, but thank you for that. Last question goes to Daria. So There you are. It's all yours. You have the last question of the session. So I hope it's a good one. No pressure.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the talks. They were really amazing. Imogen, is Arrival working with charging station companies to accommodate for all the vans and buses, or will Arrival be making their own charging stations later in the future? And then my second question is leading on from that, how long can an Arrival van or bus travel without charging?
Yeah, great question. So increasingly, we absolutely know that charging infrastructure is like the biggest barrier to electric vehicle adoption, and particularly when we have discussions with cities and sort of upgrading depots, etc., etc. So the short answer is yes, we're absolutely talking to charging point operators and to utilities, particularly in the US as well. And our sort of longer term objective is that we need to be able to look as holistically as possible at the entire ecosystem and everything that sort of Arrival needs to operate, to be able to operate efficiently. The second part of your question with regards to range, so it really depends on your battery size. So for some routes that could mean that we can go up to 400 kilometers, but 9 times out of 10 we know that customers just do not need that. So for example, a UPS driver in London might only be driving 30 miles a day, and so it would be a lighter vehicle and just has the sort of number of batteries that they actually need to be able to complete their route. So essentially you can have anything from sort of 100 kilometers up to 400 kilometers and everything in between.
Okay, thank you so much.
Great question, Daria. Yeah, and a lot of people would have wanted to ask that question, so they'll be glad you did. Thank you. So look, we're going to wrap up now and conclude. Can I just say this? I'm not as clever as you two. I can't talk in the way you do. I'm not like you are, Imogen, an aerodynamicist. And clearly, Daniel, you know your stuff. But what I did learn when I was at Ricardo for a number of years was that you should never discount anything. You should always, use 2 keywords, which are it depends. So when someone says, can we really have a hydrogen economy? We keep hearing about this. It's like 10 years ago we heard about it, 20 years ago. But I would say it depends. And I also think of that story of, and forgive me for putting it like this, Daniel, but the boy who cried wolf. We've had it a lot with, the dawn of a hydrogen economy that never came, but it's like the boy who cried wolf. That may have been the case many times, but it doesn't mean that it won't happen now for a raft and a range of reasons. And I'm not going to put Imogen in an awkward sort of situation by suggesting this, but it intrigues me that Hyundai have been one of the key investors into Arrival, and of course they are also advocates of both batteries and fuel cells. And so it depends. I think from the little that I know of all of this journey to finding the best solution, it depends. So you've both given us a lovely perspective on that. So I thank you. I thank you both equally for answering all of those questions. Wasn't it nice to get them in person rather than having to read them? I have to say, this was Georgina's idea. I think it's just I'm going to do it all the time now and pretend it was my idea, because I just sort of think it's more like we used to be, I think. So I don't know if you want to have any final words, but we're going to go for lunch. It really is like we're doing it for real. We're actually going to have a lunch break now. So there shouldn't be a queue. You should be able to go straight into the feed area. And we'll be back here at 20 past 1. I know you guys will be busy and doing lots of other things, but yeah, thank you so much for being generous with your time and your intellect today. Do you want to say anything else before we go?
Yeah.
No, just thank you so much for having me, and big thanks to Georgina, like a really amazing job organising today. So thank you very much.
Yeah, she has. She has.
I think I'll do a cheeky closing statement to answer a couple of questions that were pointed towards Imogen. That for developing countries, hydrogen production has now been put into a shipping container, so it can just be plonked wherever you need to and produced there. Israel's even looking at salt water, so potentially doing it on the seaside. And then if you want to invest in HV systems, just go along to our website, www.hv-systems.com, and we'll be happy to hear from you.
There's no harm in doing your own shout out. If you don't do that, it would concern me. So that's good. And we both know who you are, where you are, what you're doing. So yes, that's now going to happen. We hope very well for you both. Thank you very much. If you want to join us this afternoon, you're quite welcome, but I'm sure you've got lots of other things to be busy with. So thank you for your time, and thank you to everybody watching. Please don't go away totally. Come back at 20 past. We've got a whole bunch of fantastic speakers with some really good news hot off the press about what's going on now in terms of grants, activity, mergers, acquisitions. Oh my Lord, it's all happening. So if you want to hear what's happening, join us at 20 past 1. But for now, thank you and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to everybody. I've just been asked, am I playing music? And yes, I was. Being the old hippie that I am, it was a bit of Pink Floyd, and it was Breathe in the Air. So I thought that was quite apt, considering the topic of conversation and discussion today. So there you are. Look, it's 13:20. Bang on time, bang on schedule. That's how we rock and roll here at Camden Clean Air Initiative. Well, that's what Georgina told me to tell you all. So who have we got next? We've got a pair of heavyweights. Now, I'm not referring to their personal physique. That would be rude and inappropriate. What I mean by heavyweights is that they have been in and around this space for a considerable time. They are at the top of their game, and they are in a position where they can really make a difference. They influence events and change things. I know them both well, so I'm sure they'll forgive me for that that introduction. Bob Moran and Graeme Cooper. So first up, we've got Bob Moran, and we're going to be, I'm sure with both of them actually, talking about things hot off the press. There have been some announcements today, which I know both of them will be very keen to share and talk to us about. So no more ado, whatever that is. Bob Moran, welcome to the stage. I've got one quick question to ask you before we get stuck in. So first of all, how are you, Bob? Are you well?
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Hi, Roger. I'm very well. Within the last hour, I have been vaccinated for COVID-19. I'm feeling great.
Yes, I had it a couple of weeks ago. I felt it felt good. Yeah, I've got to be honest with you.
Yeah. You know, I've had COVID-19 and I'm better, but let's get the vaccine and that's all good.
Oh my word! Oh right. Well, I'm glad that you recovered and you're fine, Bob. Yeah, quick question before we get started, and forgive me if this is what you're going to talk about in a moment anyway, but the change in the plug-in car grant that was announced today, is that just the car grant or does it impact the van grant as well?
There have been changes to the criteria around a van grant, which also incorporates the truck grant as well. So yes, there have been changes. Off the top of my head, I wouldn't want to run through the numbers, but while Graeme's talking, I will pull the numbers out and I will make sure to stick it in the chat.
Thank you. I think people were particularly exercised from what I saw a few exchanges on how does that impact on vans in terms of the reduced level, albeit one could argue a percentage that's still very good because it's for lower priced vehicles. We're trying to encourage more volume than perhaps how it worked before. But anyway, yes, let's go to that after we've heard from Graeme, but you're up next. So Bob Moran, welcome to the stage. You've got 20 minutes if you want them, shorter if that's okay, but I'm certain there's plenty to discuss. So come and tell us what you're up to, Bob.
Excellent. Thanks ever so much, Roger. And Camden Clean Air Initiative, thank you very much for the invitation to come and talk to you and your lovely audience today. Genuinely delighted to be here. And Graeme, I'm looking forward to chatting with you and Roger shortly. I'm going to try and be brief. I'm not going to take 20 minutes, no matter how slow I kind of talk through my points. Because I want the questions, and I'm confident, Roger, that you will make them difficult for me. So, transport decarbonisation. What a brilliant thing to talk about. And let me tell you that we've got a plan for that. Government has a plan for that, but it hasn't been published yet. So there is a limit on what I can tell you all today, but I'm going to try my best, as those that know me will know. I will try my best to work around what we can say and what we can't say to make sure that you're well informed. And again, please ask away. I can only say no, I can't answer that. So ask whatever you would like. What a busy time. I think it's more likely that I will forget to mention something really, really important that's happened in the last few days rather than struggling for content to fill a few words. Because the announcements generally are coming thick and fast. Decarbonisation, I think generally, it's what a huge, it is, let's pause, yeah, it is a huge challenge, but such a massive opportunity. And you will always hear ministers say that, oh, this is going to be difficult, but it's such a huge opportunity. But genuinely, it is a huge challenge, but the opportunity that we have here and now in front of us is absolutely immense. The challenges, yeah, okay, so it's big cargo ships, it's big ships, it's planes as well, but also challenges that maybe, can be seen as a bit surprising. Challenges around more space for walking, cycle lanes, those are challenges at the moment, but huge opportunities, particularly around technology, developing the technology here, but opportunities to improve all of our health and the health collectively of our nation. We've got an opportunity to reduce congestion, genuinely. That's what decarbonisation in transport gives us. And of course, the opportunity to create loads of really highly skilled, good quality jobs. Okay, that's really, really important. But it doesn't end there. It's also opportunities to improve the efficiency and the running of our entire transport system. And we rely on that transport system every single day, every single one of us, whether we're in lockdown or not. So let's take it back to climate change for a second. And transport is quite rightly front and center, I guess, or in the firing line, in the crosshairs of that. Quite right too, it's the #1 emitter across the UK economy and has been for a while now. But also, let's not forget, it's pretty dreadful for air pollution. And estimates of 40,000 premature deaths in the UK per year. And that comes with a cost, billions, in fact, upwards of £15 billion of cost. So today I'm just going to run through some of the things that we're doing to tackle decarbonisation, transport decarbonisation, but then to unlock all of those other core benefits. It's really busy. We're actually doing quite a lot. And I think in the last year, it's actually been busier than ever. And that's not just because of COVID-19 and the pandemic and exiting the EU and doing all of that kind of stuff. We're coming up to 12 months since we published the first part of our plan to decarbonise transport, and that was a document called Setting the Challenge. And that set us off on the genuinely the biggest piece of work we've ever done in transport on carbon and everything to do with carbon. And it set out, that document, how we intend to achieve net zero. It's going to set out, is this plan, how we intend to achieve net zero across all of transport. It will be bold. Our ministers wouldn't expect anything less. It's going to be ambitious. Our ministers, as hosts of COP26 this year, wouldn't expect anything else. But also, crucially, it's going to be achievable. It's got to be achievable. It's got to be credible. And it's going to be credible for the industry, for transport users, as well as for everybody, in fact. Yeah, it simply has to be. And to do that, it's no use looking anymore, as we have in the past, individually at different modes of transport. So we're taking a look across everything. We have taken a look at across everything. And the way we decided to do that was to look at how people move, and then separately, slightly separately, to look at how goods move through this into the system, the UK's transport system, through it, and then potentially out of it as well. So how do we make that vital move to green, clean transport and improve the entire system for everybody everywhere? It's all going to be in the plan, but it's not published yet. But generally, there's not much longer to wait. It's going to be published in spring, which is quite a broad period of time. If you're in government, spring can last a long time. But I think the other side of the local elections, you should be looking forward to reading what we've got to offer. It's going to look at the technical measures, of course, but it's also, you know, this isn't just about how quickly you can turn over the vehicle fleet and make every car zero emission. It is about ships, it is about planes, it is about trucks too. If it's a form of transport, it's got a place in the transport decarbonisation plan. But it won't just stop there. That's kind of the easy bit, even though there's a big challenge there. That's kind of the easy bit. It's going to look at how we travel, our behaviours, why we do certain things when it comes to transport and travel. And that has been set in a particular context over the last few months during the pandemic, and that's added. People have asked me whether it's been more difficult to do this work during the last 12 months than it otherwise would have been in a kind of business as usual kind of context. I think I'd answer that by saying it's given us an extra dimension, but I think it's given us a positive dimension to it. COVID has been and continues to be, you know, a truly devastating time for so many people. We've come together and we are fighting it now. It's not over yet, but we will come through this. And there will be good things, I generally believe this, that come from this period of time. For transport and in the context of decarbonisation, then it's forced a lot of people to think about certain aspects of their life a little bit differently to how they than they may otherwise have done that. And I don't think that has been or will prove to be a bad thing. Now, that's not just about going on holiday abroad and whether you'll be able to do that, whether you'll need a vaccine passport or not, or what happens about the next business trip that you might have been planning to jet around the world somewhere to give a half-an-hour speech or shake somebody's hand and then pop back. The things that I've been more interested in and excite me about the period ahead are about things like reimagining our high streets and thinking a little bit differently about our local community areas. And, you know, last summer, we'll see it again this summer, but last summer, you know, thinking about giving a bit more space for people, what a nice thing to do, and a little bit less for vehicles, particularly motorised road vehicles. Round by me, loads of people outside eating on the street, perfectly safe, and enjoying it as well when it wasn't raining, obviously. So the pandemic for me has allowed us to try out some new things en masse with real people in real time. I know it was an unprecedented time, the most used word probably of 2020, unprecedented, but you know, it's allowed us to try that. And I think for mobility, people, a lot of people will have seen their choices and their options for mobility, that they will have grown. More space to cycle and walk, hopefully, for people. Perhaps there's an e-scooter trial going on near you. There's loads of them going on. There are loads of e-scooters out there. Perhaps there's an e-bike hub coming. All of these things, of course, are good for decarbonisation, but they're good for air quality. They're good for your health. They're good for your well-being as well. We've got a real chance now, I think, this moment in time to lock in some of this good stuff for the longer term. And that is what people, for me, that's what, when people, ministers, politicians talk about a green recovery in transport, that's what it looks like in transport, the green recovery to me. So we've seen a step change and a gear change in our approach to walking and cycling. Bus Back Better this week. What a title for a government strategy document. Incredible. Bus Back Better. Brilliant. But that includes, crucially, alongside it, a really good section on decarbonisation and a consultation on phasing out the sale of new diesel buses. And I think in the world of electric vehicles, I was thinking about this morning, you know, buses reign supreme for me, you know, brilliant uptake numbers and a genuine real success story. And not just because of the zero emissions, they're cheaper to run, okay? That's good. They're more reliable, they're quieter, they're smoother, and they're just generally a better experience for those that are operating them and for those users like me. And of course, they're clean, which is a good thing. And so they're absolutely fantastic and genuinely love buses. But also things like Jet Zero and the talk of a transatlantic zero emission flight in just a few years. You know, electric flight, electric planes, you know, that's not something that's coming at a later date. They're flying now. They are flying now. And I think what we've managed to do over the last 12 to 18 months, hopefully in this area, in the space, and the trick will be moving it onto the general public, is stop looking at things and say, well, it's impossible. You can never electrify a flight between here and Sydney, so you can't, that means you can't electrify a flight. That's absolute nonsense. We need to start looking at the things that we can do. And we are going to do it. Roger, you all right?
No, it's all right. It froze, but I think it was my end.
All right. Okay. Okay. So there used to be a hiding place for those difficult to reach bits of transport when we had a target of 80% reductions by 2050. Various areas could say, well, it's going to be a bit too expensive to do us. It's going to be, you know, leave us out, leave us alone kind of thing. But not anymore, not anymore. And that comes to, you know, the moment that we find ourselves in with automation, connectivity, masses of data, a lot of it in real time. You know, we can use this moment now to generally transform transport, make it better. We can tackle congestion, we can make our air cleaner, and we can make the places that we live in, which are now often the places that we work in, and probably going to work more in them, we can make them better, which is no bad thing. So hopefully you get the feeling, if not from me, from ministers, that we're generally leaning in on this, and there's an important reason why, because we're the hosts of COP26 later this year, and we want to demonstrate leadership internationally. And the best way, the simplest and the best way of doing that is showing off what we're doing at home. So showing off our domestic position and showing everybody what the benefits of doing this are. So no pressure, people who have been involved in the transport decarb plan that are listening to this, you know, so no pressure, but there is a lot riding on this project and this plan. But if you think it's all wrapped up and still to come out, it's not. You've seen bits and pieces of it already. So as I mentioned, the bold vision for cycling and walking, loads of money, £2 billion for new cycle lanes, cycle training for all zero emission places and things like that. Really making good on revolutionising what we saw last summer around people, the uptick in use of cycling and walking. And of course, a great vision, by 2030, half of all short journeys to be cycled or walked. That's brilliant. But alongside that came some things that will really turn the dial on this. So we've got new infrastructure design guidelines out, new powers for local authorities under the Traffic Management Act, which have been sitting, waiting, ready to go. And local authorities are saying, just give us them, well, you know, unleashed now, the power for local authorities to do more and to make this change even better. Of course, I would have to mention cars and vans, so let's move to them. Petrol and diesel cars and vans, ending the sale of new petrol and diesel cars and vans by 2030. I mean, the scale of that, it's huge. Is that absolutely huge? We brought forward the dates, the end date, by a whole decade, from 2040 to 2030. And actually, we brought it forward by 10 years, but there's only 9 years now left to deliver it. That is the type of response that many people, and quite rightly, have been saying has been needed to tackle the climate emergency, the global emergency without a vaccine. And so that is the type of response that we highlighted in the Setting the Challenge document this time last year, that the gap between where we were heading on current policies and where we needed to be. Okay, it was a huge gap, and if we carried on, we would have just continued to flatline as we have been doing for years. But we've got to take it beyond cars and vans. We've got to bring the same questions to bear on buses, as I mentioned, and to trucks as well. So hopefully, if you were one of those, and there were many people who thought 2020 was just full of warm words about the environment from transport, no plan yet, I hope that actually you'll look back on 2021 as the year when we acted. And I'll give you, just to wrap up, I'll give you 2 examples of what the sorts of things that you can expect from us over the next few weeks, as well as a transport decarb plan. We'll bring out a document alongside the plan that sets out the options for regulating to deliver the 2030 phase out date. Now, for me, this is the difference between a plan and a strategy. Okay, a strategy document, you know, doesn't this sound good? Some grand vision of some very distant point in the future that says, oh, it'd be brilliant if we could get there. But actually, a plan says that's where we're going. Okay, and this is the path that we're taking, and this is what we're going to do along the way. And by regulating to deliver the 2030 phase out date, we can then ensure that the infrastructure to support, which I'm sure that Graeme's going to talk about, to support EVs and their users is going to be there. It tells Graeme essentially what he needs to be planning for. And those that are ready and waiting to invest in this space, can then invest on the back of certainty. They can crack on and get on with it. There's hundreds and thousands of charges going in the ground up and down the country now. The vast majority of them are not being paid for by government at the moment. So the second thing, the Prime Minister's 10-point plan for a green industrial revolution, fantastic. Give it a read. It's nice and concise and pithy, published late November. It also included new commitments on trucks. So the second thing, acting rather than just talking about it, we're going to bring out a consultation again alongside the transport decarbonisation plan on consulting on a phase-out date for new diesel trucks with engines, essentially. Maybe we'll need 2 dates. I don't want to delay progress in the smaller categories whilst we wait for the big 44-ton trucks to come through. Okay, and we'll make sure that the regulation that we bring in for cars and vans can cover commercial vehicles as well. To sum up then, for me, I genuinely hope that none of you out there are thinking whether or not, or whether we can, or even should decarbonise transport. Hopefully we all know that we must. I'm telling you that we can as well. It is going to mean big changes. It's going to mean new big investments. It's going to mean different behaviours. Okay, but we know we could only do that by doing things differently. Okay, because what we had been doing up until recently hasn't been enough. We all know that. But I defy anybody to give me a good reason as to say why we can't do it. Technical or behavioural, the solutions generally are out there. And there are far harder bits of the economy to decarbonise than transport, let me tell you. So come on, transport, let's get on with this. I'm going to stop there, I think. Hopefully enjoy listening to Graeme, and I look forward to all of your impossible to answer questions coming up shortly.
Don't go away, Bob. Hang on there a second, Graeme. Can I just say, thinking that you're Deputy Director, Head of Environment Strategy at Department of Transport, it doesn't sound like you are, Bob. And what I mean by that is you're passionate. You sound like you're bothered about this, that you care. And I'm not suggesting that people in the kind of, domain that you operate in, the political sphere aren't like that. But, what encourages me is you understand the practicality. Principle's great, but the practical application is key. So, the bus back, better. Absolutely love that. Completely with you. And I was just doing a little calculation in my head. 116 months. That's how far away 2030 is. 116 months. So it doesn't sound very long at all. And I'm sure later on we're going to talk about this, the practical reality for many people about that, particularly OEMs and the like, how they phase out what they make today, and they bring in what they're going to make tomorrow, certainly by 2030, in a way that isn't chaotic and, having some unintended consequences. So I'm sure a lot of that will come up. But Bob Moran, what a great way to come back after lunch. It's normally called, isn't it, when you're at a meeting? Yeah, exactly. You're right, Graeme. Normally these things after lunch, it's, oh God, someone's droning on about something, and you can feel your eyes going like that. No chance with that, Bob. Well done. Thank you. So there's Mr. Graeme Cooper. And as I know Graeme, let me tell you, everybody, there's no way you're going to nod off listening to Graeme either.
Don't build me up too much. Don't build me up too much. I've got a lot to live up to after listening to Bob.
Well, indeed you have. So, no pressure there, Graeme. But listen, I saw some announcements from you today on LinkedIn. I don't know if you've come across LinkedIn. Have you ever heard of that? It's a business social media platform.
Well, I think I might have come across it once in a galaxy far, far away.
That's the one. That's the place. So, yes, welcome to the stage. So for those of you who don't know, Mr. Cooper, it's all about electrification strategy and national grid. It's all about, again, like as we just mentioned with Bob, the practical reality of how do we deliver all this stuff. It's all well and good people, politicians typically trumpeting their, new cause and their belief in the future, but someone's got to deliver it. So the good news is Graeme is one of those people. No pressure again, Graeme. You've got to deliver it. Keeping the lights on, keeping the EVs charged up and making it all work. So give us a 20-minute version of how that's all going to happen, please, Mr. Cooper. The stage is yours.
Right. Well, it's I a bit like Bob. I think people get far more out of the Q&A at the end. So I will try and keep my commentary to about 15 minutes, and that gives us a bit more time for Q&A. So just a couple of things from my perspective, though. just a contextual thing. I think, as Bob mentioned, the dirtiest thing we do as a country is move people and goods. Also, transport is the easiest thing to fix. I'm not saying it's easy, but it is the easiest thing to fix on the journey to net zero. Because don't forget, other stuff has to move, which is more difficult. So I'm thinking, as National Grid, because we are the conduit between where green energy is made, or where energy is made, and where it is consumed, we're critical to the net zero pathway. So we don't make energy, we don't buy electricity, we don't sell electricity, but we are the vital route to market. If we were, in road terms, we're the motorways and dual carriageways of the UK's energy system. But don't forget, this is not just about transport. This is about everything moving to net zero. So just contextually, don't forget, whilst those on this discussion are thinking about transport, somebody like me and my organisation is thinking about all forms of transport, but is also thinking about how do we decarbonise heating. After transport, heating our homes and businesses are about an equal as far as dirtiness and consumption of energy. But also there are further industrial processes getting more difficult to fix. But let's give you just a little piece of stuff that's also going on in my world that allows this transition to take place. So I'm often leveled with can the grid cope? All right. Now that forms into two really lumpy bits. When people say can the grid cope, are they thinking about, is there enough, are there enough wires, or is there enough energy? But of course, don't forget, let's take those in two separate pieces. In the is there enough energy, our energy demand goes up and down across the day. Now, what goes up and down? Well, actually, the control room, which is 6 minutes to my right, it's telling stuff to turn up and turn down to meet that demand. Now, that means that as we decarbonise transport, instead of the vehicles being a problem, they're actually as much part of a solution as they are part of a problem. Let me give you a context for that. So firstly, since we've had energy, consumers just use energy when they want to, right? So we get up in the morning, we make toast, have a cup of tea, have a shower, energy demand spikes. And then we go to work and it settles down and lowers across the middle of the day. And then we all come home and it peaks again. But the energy system is built both on a generation and network supply for that peak plus some headroom. Now, actually, that means at the time that we're not running at peak, the whole energy system, we're running suboptimally. So actually, by being able to shift when energy is consumed, we can cut the top off the peaks and drop that in to the troughs. That means the system is running more efficiently more of the time. We sweat the assets better. So just to give you some context, I for the last 3.5 years have been running a smart app that is helping me charge my car. It looks to my energy provider for when energy is cheapest, and it looks to National Grid's API on carbon intensity for when it's cleanest, which means my car only charges when the grid is cleanest and cheapest, therefore helping the network, helping the energy system. And that has a symbiotic relationship, because as an ex-wind farmer, if you have too much wind on the system, then the price of energy collapses and could go negative. But if you can direct it into batteries or hot water tanks, let's loop in decarbonising heat, then actually you create a price floor for that energy. But what you also do is smooth energy flows across the network. You can then invest in networks optimally. So instead of investing to peak plus headroom, you are investing to a nice average. The other thing to consider here is, in the other part of my work, people say, will there just be enough energy full stop? The other job I have in National Grid at the moment is I'm leading all of the work on decarbonising, so getting the country ready for 40 gigawatts of offshore wind. So it's taken us 20 years to get to 10 gigawatts of offshore wind. And the next 30 gigawatts, so getting to 40, will arrive in the next 9.5 years. So in rough numbers, 40 gigawatts of offshore wind will deliver you roughly 100 hang on, I need to rethink the numbers in my head. Will basically give you the same volume of energy as will be consumed by surface transport. Now, admittedly, other things will be using that energy in the energy system. But to give you an idea of the pace, we are not going to decarbonise all of surface transport in 10 years, but there will be that volume of energy arriving as new generation on the system. Okay, so when we come back to then, can the grid cope? The grid is never static. It is always evolving. It will continue to evolve. And so those armchair experts that just say, oh, it would never work, read, understand the dynamics of what's at play. There is lots of opportunity here. Coming back to the transport piece very quickly, the way energy networks are funded is we're funded out of your energy bill. So to give you some context, if you've got an average dual fuel bill for a 3-bedroom semi, a gas electric dual fuel bill, if it's about a 700 or 800 quid a year bill, National Grid is £24.70 a year on your bill. Okay, so I think that's pretty good value for one of the most reliable grid networks in the world. But of course, would say that. But as a network investment, Ofgem has done a really, really good job of preventing networks building more than they need to do. So in essence, every price control, the way we're funded, we propose the things that we should build, and then Ofgem effectively challenges and says, well, can you put it off for tomorrow or 2 days? How far can you push that off? Do you need it today? And that has protected consumers from the growing cost of networks. So as a rule, we respond to markets. Now, if you look at that, responding to markets, lots of markets are very mature. So the nuclear power industry, the gas-fired power station sector, distribution companies, they're my customers as well on the downstream side. So they've been there for a long time. They are evolving, but it's glacial. And what we see in transport is almost a brand new sector that the energy industry or the energy utilities industry hasn't seen before. So our function is sort of changing. How do you respond to a market that's not yet there? It's really, really very difficult, because what our regulator wants us to see is prove the need, have that tested, make the investment. But this is a chicken and egg sort of scenario here. So what we really need is some recognition that it's that sort of field of dreams moment. If you build it, they will come. Because as Bob was talking, if we're going to ban the sale of, end the sale of petrol and diesel cars and light vans in 2030, that's a nice trajectory. But to build infrastructure takes 2 or 3 years to build from a standing start. It needs consenting, wayleaving, procurement. And so eating into that 9 years, we're going to need 2 or 3 years to build some strategic infrastructure where it's needed. Because don't forget, wires are where they are now. They're not always in the right place for transport. And there's 2 ways of looking at it. Do you bring the transport to the grid, or do you bring the grid to the transport? That's a debate we can have another time. But what's really nice here is when we set out to try and make sure that National Grid was the enabler of the transition to net zero, because let's be honest, if the transition goes swimmingly well, no one's going to thank the energy networks for doing the right thing. People will just expect it. But if the energy networks are a barrier to clean transport, you know exactly where the blame is going to fall. So what's really interesting from our perspective, instead of responding to a market, what the energy networks have been doing is asking the market what it wants networks to do. And what became really apparent is the charge point market's very, very liquid. The charge point market does not want any intervention. I completely agree with that. Markets should fix most things. Except the one common thread was the grid was a challenge. The cost was never the same in different locations. It's not linear. And therefore, particularly if you look at things like high power en route charging for motorways, the barrier is not deploying chargers. And also you've seen in the press, the barrier is not a perceived monopoly by Ecotricity. The barrier is someone has to put their hand in their pocket for some big grid infrastructure. The big grid infrastructure is there as a 40-year lifelong asset. And most of these charge points, businesses have a 5-7 year time horizon. So what's really helpful is government acknowledged that the market failure was the provision of the underlying grid infrastructure. That's why we end up with government's Project Rapid. That's why there's an acknowledgement that there was then the Project Rapid Charging Fund, which put £950 million in the pot. And that is to try and fix the underlying grid capacity. That doesn't mean the grid networks are going to do charging. We're not going to be retailing the energy. It's providing adequate future-proof capacity. Now, what's interesting in that space is where does it go from here? Is at the moment, you're in a strange world whereby the Project Rapid Fund is looking to fix cars and vans. So that means you're going to need an 8 to 10 megawatt grid connection to serve cars and vans. But the minute you start adding buses, coaches, lorries, and the bigger HGVs, that grid connection could go from an 8 to 10 megawatt grid connection to nearly 20 megawatts. So if you're going to lay the wires in to do this, do you lay them a bit now and then a little bit later and then a little bit later, forever digging it up and relaying it? Or do you do it right, do it once? So what I'm interested and excited to see is how the decarbonisation of transport plan views the do it right, do it once, views that transition to buses, coaches and trucks. But also don't think that I'm preaching at the church of electricity only, right? National Grid by its very nature has to be technology agnostic. We're not allowed to pick winners. So in all of our modelling in the transport space, that grid connection capacity could charge a static vehicle, a battery electric vehicle. That grid capacity could also run an electrolyzer to create your green hydrogen. So again, doesn't have to be battery or hydrogen. The grid connection is power to gas that serves both. But also take that one step further. Our regulators worried about stranding assets. You know, what if some new technology means that this 40-year asset is out of date at some period? But that then leads you to opening up the market to choose other options. If you think about trucking and the overhead catenary, I don't know if you've seen online some of the guys from Siemens doing the electric highway catenary, like the trains. If you have future-proof grid capacity at each of the motorway service areas, you can do battery, you can do hydrogen, but you can also take the capacity down the embankment and power the hard shoulder, either catenary or induction charging. So again, we're allowing, I guess, technology evolution. The one thing that is accepted, which is helpful, is that the failure is the need to get the infrastructure right and in the ground now to enable those markets to mature. So I guess, where does that leave us? What's coming next? So Bob's team, or his wider team in at least in OZEV, are busy trying to work on the delivery body to take that 950 million to then be able to apply to someone like me or the DNOs for grid connections. And that delivery body, I guess, is going to take probably sometime during the course of this year, this reform. So you'll start to see networks progressing, building that capacity. Obviously, we're waiting for the broader decarbonisation of transport plan because my role covers road, rail, aviation and maritime. Now that gets exciting because let me just link back to my comment before. If we're building 40 gigawatts, an additional 30 gigawatts of offshore wind, and those wires arrive at the beach, harbours are at the beach, shipping is going clean, but also the trucks that bring the goods to the ships and take the goods from the ships are going green. So instead of just thinking this through the lens of just trucking or just shipping or just offshore wind, that whole system thinking is actually part of almost the embedded DNA in National Grid. Because again, we're not picking winners. We're not saying, well, we're just going to fix transport and leave offshore wind to someone else. No, we're thinking about where the energy comes from and where it goes to, because we're the conduit between the two. So we're thinking whole system thinking. We've also seen the bus strategy. I mean, crikey, the bus strategy is exciting because we see regularly bus companies struggling to get adequate future-proof capacity into an old 1950s, 60s bus garage. Why don't you turn it on its head and move the bus garage to where the substation is, where there's lots of future-proof capacity, either transmission or distribution? So don't think about just swapping a hydrocarbon for an electron. And then the other one is, from our perspective, is don't forget, as a business, we are going through this transition too. So as a business, we have broadly 2,000 company cars and 1,000 diesel vans. So we're actually living through this transition as a business ourselves. So it's not that we are preaching, we are actually living through this change. So we are 60 vans into our van fleet and have plans to swap out about 60% of them over the next 5 years. Interestingly, what we see in the company car space, because of the benefit in kind treatment, we see crikey, I think it's in the high 90s% people when they're coming to swap their company car are picking electric. And actually, as a business, after April, if you get a company car, you'll only be able to pick electric, which is why I think I'm interested in the discussion that we're likely to have around the plug-in car grant and the pros and cons of that, because actually companies, by the nature of the BIC treatment, are going to make the transition irrespective of the plug-in car grant. So I think that's another one we can pick up on. Anyway, look, that's 15 minutes, Roger. That is a brain dump of just kind of the stuff that's broadly going on in my world, but I would rather keep it shorter and sweeter, and then that allows for better Q&A. And feel free to do ask me about the stuff that's been in the press this morning around buying stuff and selling stuff. There's probably places I can't go, but I'll try and cover that as well.
Very good. Well, thank you again. That's a great run through it all. So there you are. Look, Bob, welcome back to the stage. I can see you're there, which is good. I don't know if you caught any of the stuff we were doing this morning. Georgina, who's put all this together and deserves, a real, round of applause, suggested that we get people in on the Q&A to come and ask their questions in person, which is lovely. We don't put the camera on just in case they've still got their pajamas on, but they do get to come up and ask live, which is great. So is Mark Saunders there? Mark, I think, was first up with his question. So I think, let's have a look. Let's see if he is. Yes, he is. So hi, Mark. Yeah, fire away. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. Question to Bob, really. Great presentation, well, both of you, of course. But I just wondered how you encourage people back to public transport. And you referred also to the high street, but especially public transport. And obviously you've talked about the bus back better with focus on fares, routes, frequencies, and the vehicles. We focus on the vehicles, but what about the behavioural side of things? How are you going to support us all or encourage people to go back to public transport given the pandemic? So it's more of a kind of behavioural piece. Thank you.
Yeah, gosh, it's. I mean, long term, I believe it will recover. Mass transit, we all need it, and we need to. The country needs to rely on it. Short term, then yes, there is a behavioural bit. Look, it really. I mean, like it really hurt everybody last year to having to suggest to people that they shouldn't go on public transport or that they should be not travelling in that way and to be getting into, to be using private cars. That's what inspired the cycling and walking, the e-scooter trials and all of that kind of thing, providing more options where possible for people to think about, how they can make the journey, So, I mean, there's a huge challenge. We're going to have to reassure. The cleaning, the work across the transport sector on public transport to keep it clean is incredible. They're amongst, if they weren't already, they are now amongst the cleanest and safest places going generally, and the work that's going on there is huge. I think to give, so we will do that. There will be there will be campaigns, media. We will tell people, we'll reassure people. We will try and bring as many people with us as possible. I think e-scooters, I think this is the perfect chance as well at the same time for some new forms of transport to come to the fore. So e-scooters. Motorbikes, are they mainstream? Are they not mainstream? Well, actually, powered two-wheelers and that whole category could see itself become really popular this summer and over the next couple of years, because that is, especially for the commute, whatever that looks like in the future. But as we push hard on zero emissions commuting, so I think we will do it. I'm definitely looking forward to getting back on a train and heading somewhere for fun or for work purposes. I think we will do it.
Bob, I think we're all looking forward to going anywhere on anything. Mark, great question. Actually, Mark and Bob, oh God, it's all falling down. Oh, Jesus, the whole thing's falling down. This is a very good book, Hop, Skip, Go, How the Mobility Revolution is Transforming Our Lives. So this is a really good book that talks about the move away from cars, not to demonize cars. If you have a car, you're not a bad person, but essentially to look at so much more choice and enable that choice with investment, for sure, but also innovation and all of that stuff. So yeah, it's a great question to start with. So thanks for that. Is Tom around? Tom Beamish. Tom's got a question for us. If not, I think he might be coming. Yeah, he is. Coming. He's coming. There he is.
He's coming. Here he is.
Tom, if your mic's on, it is. So the stage is yours, Tom. You've got a question for Bob, I believe. This is building up the atmosphere. Are you still there, Tom?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you, Tom. Yeah, far away, my friend.
Hi, thanks, guys. Both really insightful talks. Really like your passion and enthusiasm. Bob, a question for you. You spoke about electric cars, electric buses, electric planes. Do you see a place for hydrogen within that plan, either in fuel cells or in hydrogen gas turbines for planes, or is the primary path through kind of battery electric? Is that kind of where DFT kind of sees the route?
No, a good future for hydrogen in transport. I don't think we'll be able to decarbonise transport, reach every little bit of it without hydrogen, green hydrogen. And we unveiled the only place I visited after lockdown last March was the Tees Valley, apart from obviously the rooms in my flat and the supermarket. The only places that I visited was Tees Valley with Minister Rachel Maclean, who's the Transport Minister for Decarbonisation, and we went up there to launch the Hydrogen Transport Hub, which is and then there was more information announced on that yesterday, plus £3 million to get things going, to look at hydrogen across the region and what it can do for transport, as well as connecting into the energy network. So the simple answer to not waffle on is yes, absolutely. I think it's the bigger stuff. I don't think it's going to be in cars. I know there is a niche case that you can build for it, but I think cars are going to be battery electric. And don't forget that every hydrogen fuel cell powertrain setup needs a battery as well. So when I talk about electric, it's electricity that's moving the wheels or the blades or the whatever. So maybe that's my own personal thing. But for electric, I'm thinking storage in battery or hydrogen, whatever.
Roger, thanks for that.
Roger, can I get to that? Because from an electric grid perspective, we're technology agnostic. So what you see for hydrogen is, and don't forget, 97% roughly of hydrogen produced today comes from carbon-based sources, right? So it's not some magic clean in its chain. It's also less efficient. However, it doesn't mean it won't be used. So there's a few things at play here which I think lean into hydrogen, and some of them are more geography than technology. So we tend to think about a bus has to be electric or a bus has to be hydrogen. What we're starting to see in other industrial areas, so let's look at the industrial clusters around the country. So Teesside is one of them, Humberside, you have big industrial areas. If you're going to need hydrogen at scale for industrial processes, it's likely to come from blue hydrogen. So take gas, strip out the carbon, take hydrogen from it, right? You need to bury the carbon. But if you're going to have that in a geographic cluster, let's use the Humber or Teesside as an example, then because there's hydrogen there's a predisposition that it's there and more plentiful. So you're more likely to see vehicles go hydrogen, right? Or at least the vehicles that are economically will drive it that way. So I think for me, the piece that people often forget is they try and pick a fuel for a device. They forget the geography. If you add the geography to it, the narration changes in that space.
Let me get some more questions out, because that's what we're working on doing. And Doug Holden doesn't want to read his out. He doesn't want to come on mic, so I'm going to read his out. And it relates to what you just said, Graeme. So he says the gas network is being updated with plastic pipes. Will it be used for hydrogen? As the calorific value of hydrogen is only 30% of methane, will it have the capacity? And then he goes on to say, will SMRs, small modular reactors, take the pressure off the electric transmission network?
Ooh, so let's divide those up into two nice little pieces, and I'll try and relate some of these things together. So you can't just switch off natural gas and put hydrogen through gas pipes, right? That doesn't work. We don't have the gas infrastructure is aged in places. It's been replaced by plastic line pipe in places. What we will see, I suspect, again, this comes more to geography. Piped hydrogen, pure piped hydrogen, we are a long way off. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but we are still a long way off that. I think what you'll see is a real mixture. There are already trials blending hydrogen in, which takes the dirtiness of the gas down a tremendous amount. The learning from that will build on that. I think this one becomes more about geography. So piped hydrogen is more likely to be where there are these hydrogen clusters, which means you're more likely to see hydrogen boilers in and around where you have those geographic clusters. If you're like me in rural Berkshire, not in an industrial area, not where there's likelihood of access to anything other than green hydrogen, it's more likely to be heat pumps, right? Because why would you go through the conversion process to make hydrogen to turn it back into heat? just go electrical transfer. So that's sort of in a very snapshot, sort of captures that in essence. The other one was around small modular reactors. So coming to Bob's point about aviation, 80% of the emissions in aviation comes from just 20% of the flights. And that 20% is the long haul stuff. Now, as Bob rightly says, there are already electric flights, programmed to happen. I think they've just announced today the first one's coming out of Exeter.
Well, we're talking about them later on, Graeme. So yeah,
fantastic. So what's interesting for me is the science of getting a jetliner to Australia. Right, one, we should be cutting down on those flights, but how do you do that? So the really, really clever people at Rolls-Royce are already able to run, I understand, their current latest aviation engine on synthetic Jet A1. They call it e-fuel, right? Or syn fuel. Now, the only thing to acknowledge there, and this is where it links to small modular reactors, roughly, and again, I'm sure there are scientists who'll tell me my numbers slightly out, but roughly, it takes about 16 times the amount of energy to make synthetic Jet A1, right? Quite energy intensive, which means it's not just a switch to a syn fuel for everything.
Right.
But then where does that energy come from? So if you think about it, and I'm speculating a little bit, Rolls-Royce make engines that can work on synthetic Jet A1, and they invent small modular reactors, and you need a lot of energy to make the syn fuel. I can sort of see a synergy somewhere where that might make sense.
Oh, absolutely. And look, we are just skirting through these answers, so forgive us in that, because we want to get through as many as possible. And talking about synthetic fuels, by the way, I think there's an interesting development going on in motorsport with that, in and around Formula One and the like as well. So it's all getting very interesting. Bob, I'm going to come to you with a question which has been asked from other people, not on here at the moment, and we will go through them all, because I don't want something to happen like happens with politicians who keep asking lots of questions to avoid answering the difficult one. So here's the difficult one for you, Bob. Why was there no notice given to the change in the plug-in car grant? And can you give us a little bit more background around that? Because, yeah, that seems to have exercised a few minds and quite honestly, really annoyed a few people. So you're not wholly accountable for government policy, Bob, but you're pretty close up to it. So what happened?
I think before I come to that, Graeme's a real deal, isn't he? Doing his maths, his numbers. Yeah, I'm really impressed by him doing all these calculations.
Don't avoid the question.
Look, the deal with the grant is, there's been no cut in the budget for the grant. Okay, what we're seeing is huge numbers of uptake, right? Okay, and ministers have decided that what we need to do is to make sure more people can benefit than otherwise would have been able to if the money just runs out. Okay, I mean,
but why not give people a bit of notice on it?
Because there would have been a huge spike in registrations. And how long do you give? Do you give 24 hours, 48, a week? There's got to be a line made at some point, and somebody will just be the other side of it. So we've done this a few times now. It's been 4 years where we've been saying the grant is gonna be slowly tapered away, and we have been doing that, and we're learning each time we do it how to hopefully do it better in the future. So if we've got it wrong this time, then we'll take that on board. But I think we thought that this was the best way to do it. So.
No, I think I do get your point. I think if you say it's a week's time, 2 months time, you trigger something a lot. Well, the obvious happens. Graeme, you can say something.
So I was going to say, we've seen this sort of thing before, and I think I'm actually going to applaud the guys at DFT for the way they've done it. Right. What we've seen in other subsidy areas, and let's think about the feed-in tariff for solar. If we think about the renewables obligation for wind, those things ran and ran and ran till money ran out, and there were cliff edges. You could argue that the solar industry has gone through boom and bust because of the lack of tapering. What we're seeing here actually is an acknowledgement that the budget is being used, and this is tapering. Now, would you rather have waited and suddenly there'd been a cliff edge and we go from everything to nothing, or do you start to see this tapering? This tapering actually is the learning of government from other subsidy regimes. So from my perspective, I actually think that this may have been the writing's been on the wall, right? Roger, even yourself, you champion each month when the SMMT numbers come out that EVs are up this many, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a surprise to most of us that this is being cut. What's nice is the fact that the cut is tapered. It will be small cuts each time. So there's no cliff edge.
I am with you on that. I could talk a bit more, but I really don't want to lose time for the other speakers here. So if Miles is around or David Mitchell is around, I think Georgina's doing a great job. Yes, she is. There he is, Miles. So the stage is yours, Miles.
Oh, it was just a quick question. I live down in Dorset, and we see a lot of work by the local councils to deal with opening up public spaces, reducing roads, and reducing the accessibility of cars to local. But there's not a lot of publicity. There's a big pushback because people don't want to change their habits. And I think a lot of what's being talked about is actually the change of habit to reduce vehicles. There's not a lot of communication about it. And I just wondered what from a Department of Transport's perspective are actually the biggest roadblocks from implementing their proposed changes to this 15-minute city. I love the idea. I'm all over it. I really like it a lot. But
good. You've got a fan there, Bob. How do we tell more people about it and get them on board?
Gosh, it's so difficult. It's so difficult, and I'll tell you why it's difficult. It's difficult because ministers are politicians, and their job requires them to get voted in every few years. And if you're a minister and you talk about wanting more people to cycle, and the reality of more people cycling, especially if they're getting out of their cars to do that, means more space for other people who need to drive the cars or want to drive the cars. But it gets badged immediately as an anti-car policy, and it's not an anti-car policy at all. It's absolutely so far from it. So the difficulty with going into 15-minute cities, brilliant, or 15-minute neighborhoods or whatever, is that you immediately get badged and branded as something that you're not, essentially. So that's the whole implementation of a lot of this stuff. It can prove very difficult, but I think I hold hope in my heart that the reality is for so many of these schemes, but there have been some that haven't been implemented very well. But when you look back, give them a year, give them 6 months, give them 12 months, 18 months, actually, the local people, the people that used them, they don't want to go back.
Right. Great. Miles, thank you. David, I'm going to ask you a question because you asked me to do that. Then I'm going to come to David Hudson, who we all know, smart guy from Tata. He'll be up next to ask it in person. So David asks me to ask both of you this. Do you see the government financially investing in induction charging for all car, bus, truck vehicles so we can have recharge on the go rather than having cables everywhere? Now, I didn't ask him to ask that question, and I'm really pleased he has, because as certainly Graeme, I've been a passionate believer in high power wireless charging for some time. And there's a bunch of Jaguar I-Paces, by the way, David, about to go live, I think next month now, all the COVID delay and everything, in Oslo, 25 Jaguar I-Pace taxis being wirelessly charged whilst they wait on a taxi rank. So might we see something like that emerge, Graeme or Bob? I've got vested interest. I don't want to skew how I'm asking this question. It's David's question anyway. Should we see government intervention in a big way with charging infrastructure?
I'll dive in on the government should intervene where there's a proven market failure. The best way for any mature economy to work is the market will fix most things. Now, the challenge we've got is if we had infinite time, market would infinitely get to the right answer or an answer. The challenge we've got is a process of time, which is why I think government should intervene where there is a proven market failure. I don't think anyone's proven to me or to government that there is a failure around induction charging. The challenge that we've acknowledged before is grid networks are monopolies, right? We have to work in a very licensed way, as monopolies. So we can only provide what we can provide when we can provide it. So that's where government is intervening, right? What goes on the end of our wires, that's absolutely a commercial opportunity. And you're right, Roger, it beautifully suits as a technology, a taxi rank. High utilized vehicles who are standing stationary or near stationary for small periods of time. Why would you want to get in the middle of that and start mandating something that actually makes sense? So I'm a firm believer. Let government intervene where there's a proven market failure. Leave it to market where there is not a proven market failure. But what do I know? Bob, over to you.
Yeah, Bob.
I was going to say, bring it on. I don't think in any of the criteria for any of our grants at the moment, it says there must be a wire. on any of it, you know. So bring it on. I'm going to look at trucks. You know, we've got 20 million quid about to be launched next week for a truck trial through Innovate UK, looking at all the possibility, all the zero emission technologies available for 44-ton trucks. You know, so overhead catenary, battery electric, hydrogen fuel cell. If there's an induction charging project that comes through, that brilliant, we'll get behind it. And I think we've done it, I think through OLEV, now known as OZEV, I think we have funded a taxi rank or two.
Yeah, there's one in Nottingham. There's a trial in Nottingham. So David Hudson, if you're around, Dave, if you'd like to come up onto the stage, and after that we'll have Nikolai, if he's around, but we're looking at the time and try and get everything in. Dave, you're there. If you unmute or get unmuted by Georgina, it will be all yours, my friend. So I know you'll be keen to ask it. Where are we? Yeah. Dave or Georgina, can you get unmuted on that? Otherwise, I'll just jump in with the question. Okay, I'm going to ask it. So it's for you, Bob. Is it possible that the government policy can start looking at incentivizing the adoption of higher efficiency EVs, not just treating them all as equal? Dave's talked to me about this before. You've got some EVs that do 2 miles a kilowatt hour, and you've got some that do 5, and you know they're all kind of being treated the same. Is there any moves afoot to start looking at that?
I don't want to set any hairs running here today by saying, but I'm very well aware of it. And I've done the CO2 regs in the EU and now nationally, you know, for the last 10, 12 years. And I see this as a natural evolution. Yes, absolutely. So I'm sure that in the future there will be some form of regulation on that.
Great question, Dave. So Nikolai, I don't know if you're there. Sorry we couldn't get to talk to you in person, Dave. Nikolai, see if we can get you. Oh, yes, you're unmuted. So fire away, Nikolai.
Hi there. So this is a question for Bob. What does the future of cycle lanes look like? Currently, cycle lanes sometimes share space with buses and slow moving traffic, which is potentially dangerous. But also as bus lanes and cycle lanes are expanding, the space for other traffic is compressed, creating congestion. And whilst traffic isn't all EVs, this is creating areas of high pollution, for example, in Euston Road or in South London. Thank you. Good question.
Yeah, so ultimately the long-term kind of, you know, is zero emission fleets, and I think you are going to see you're going to see more cycle lanes. I mean, the simple answer to that with the future for cycle lanes is more of them in more places, and I think that they will be used more.
Very good. Sagar Shah, is Sagar around? You've got 3 questions up here, Sagar, but if you can quickly ask them either just one of them, your favorite one, because we do need to watch our time, but you're on stage, so far away, Sagar.
Hi, my question very quickly is the unintended consequences of the mining of the minerals for the renewables. A lot of people, when talking about supply chains, do not look at the fact that Jharkhand in India and Congo and Africa, the land is being deforested and mined for the lithium, the cobalt and the bauxite, and the complete apathy to the fact that the coal is required for all 3 parts of the wind turbines. So the wind turbines and the solar panels are not fossil free. And I'm just like completely befuddled and quite disturbed by the fact that this is being pushed as green when I know the people of the indigenous lands in India are being displaced for this disgusting push of renewables dressed up as green. How are we going to deal with it? The waste of these assets being dumped across farmlands in the UK. There's nothing being given in any thought. And I can tell you right now, we are going to be left, and we are being left right now with an environmental and human rights disaster right now across the world for mining for these renewables. Any answers for that question, please?
Sagar, can I just say, I can hear the emotion in your voice and the passionate personal belief in that. And I think, you know, to some extent, you're absolutely right. And the mining and mineral processing industry is under more pressure than it's ever been to get the environmental and the social aspects of its industry improved. Is it right yet? No. Does it need to get better quickly? Yes. And are these accelerated developments in electric vehicles from Volkswagen and others potentially a massive threat? You ask a very, very good question, my friend. So Graeme and Bob, do you want to talk about that?
So it's I can't give you the National Grid view of this. National Grid is the conduit between where power's made and where it's consumed, right? It's not right and appropriate. But can I give you, I had to do in my last job. I spent 11 years building £500 million worth of wind farms. One of the roles that I had was to calculate the entire carbon cost of building a wind farm. And when in the wind farm's life, it would offset all of the carbon that went into building it. So that's everything from the steel, the carbon fiber, the concrete.
It's like the well-to-wheel thing, yeah.
The well-to-wheel.
Yeah.
So I did that for a typical UK, Scottish wind farm. And the carbon payback for the entire build of the wind farm was between 6 and 7 months on an asset that would generate clean electricity for 25 years plus. So I'm not in any way dismissing your commentary in the slightest, but the bit that I do know is, having calculated, and it was audited, the carbon cost of building a large-scale commercial wind farm in Scotland, it was net positive after 6 or 7 months. And the wind farms were designed for a 25-year life. We had at that point turbines going into their 28th, 29th year. So the net onshore wind farming in the UK. I can't comment on other technologies.
Yeah, I mean, I know a little bit about this, Sagar. I think you clearly know a lot more, but I know, for example, doing some work as I have and yesterday with Benchmark Mineral Intelligence, a company that monitor all of this. The audit trails are increasing now in terms of going right the way upstream into where is this coming from and how does it work? And the manufacturers of both the batteries and the auto manufacturers now are going to be called to account much more than ever before on all of this stuff. You can't just sort of hold a screen up and say, well, look, we're all right. So I absolutely take your point, and I do think it's something that will become a big issue, and I hope it is, because then if it's a big issue, we can start dealing with it maybe better than some of what I've described and Graeme talked about there anyway. Because yeah, we can't do that. That's just not appropriate. You can't just shovel your problem into someone else's backyard. I completely agree with you, Sagar. So thank you for asking that question. I think it was great. Frank DeSinis, I don't know if Frank is around. He's going to talk about aviation and he's got a comment to make about Airbus. I don't know if he's still about. So let's have a look. No, I don't think so. But Frank's, and we're going to be talking about aviation later on, actually, when we talk about ZeroAvia. It's extraordinary. We do have electric aeroplanes in the air right now, both with batteries and with fuel cells. And the technology advancement on that is extraordinary. So just like your point earlier, Bob, about let's build back better, let's build back green. We can all say, well, why didn't we do all this stuff 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? Well, we didn't. But, more importantly is let's do it now then. The time that really counts is the now time, not whenever. So look, both of you, thank you. We could talk a lot more, I'm quite sure. The three of us, probably we could talk people to death, to be frank. Between us all. But thank you so much for being available. Thank you for answering all those questions. And thank you for you, certainly as many people have said, your passion in what you're doing. And please, Bob, this is on behalf of a lot of the audience and other people, please kick ass in government. Don't be frightened. If you get sacked doing the right thing, that's fine. Within reason. Doing, seriously, thank you. Speak up and do what you can. Likewise, Graeme. So thanks for joining us today. Please, there are other things later on. You can listen into that by all means. But for now, we appreciate your time. And on behalf of the audience, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
So what do we do now? Well, we're going to have our next guest. So William Sachiti is founder of the Academy at Robotics. He's going to give us a quick 5-minute talk because we're then going to have a short break, about 5 minutes or so, 5 or 6 minutes. So if you need to dash off for something and come back quickly, please do that, because when you do come back, William is then going to take us on a little tour. He's going to give us a live experience of what they're up to. So you've got 5 minutes to give us a quick spiel right now, and then we're going to look forward to that to William. Are you there?
William is here. I don't know if you can see my screen shared already.
I can see it all. I can hear you. It's all good. So I'm going to clear off, and the stage is yours for 5 minutes, my friend.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody, for joining. So I'm, as you've heard, founder of the Academy of Robotics. The key is in the name, Academy of Robotics. And I'm going to make the case today that some of the biggest changes that are required to make us go greener and more efficient are not necessarily the big innovations or the big multi-billion-dollar projects, but it's sometimes the little things, the software. And I'm going to make a case for what I call artificial intelligence for good, or for the use of good causes. So to help you understand this, I'm going to take you back 15 years, well, more like 14 years, where I thought I came across something. Transport is the most polluting sector in the UK. This was a study by the UK Department for Business. This is a few years ago. And I thought, do you know what? I have a solution that could solve this. So young me, at about 23 years old, decided to go to BBC's Dragon's Den, where I met the dragons, and I pitched my idea, a very fun, cool, crazy concept where I showed a street litter bin. But this wasn't just any bin. This was a bin complete, which was solar powered. It would light up at night. And more interestingly, it wouldn't just light up, it would show people where ads are so that the ads pay for the bins, the local authorities get them for free. In the bin, I added very cool tech, a GPS tracker, so we can track where the bins are. And we can also tell when the bins are full. Why this mattered is we could actually reduce the numbers of journeys made by giant trucks going back and forth to empty bins between 20 to 75%. Pete Jones said it's the biggest pile of bull he's ever heard in the den. Theo Perfita says I should be wheeled out in that bin and never to return again. And that was my sort of first flirting with the concept of transport is the most polluting sector in the UK. Now, to bring it more to today and how this relates to today is we've all probably got so many delivery boxes at home because of one of the most expensive and biggest problems in the world called the last mile problem. What this simply means is we could have something shipped from China to your house for next to nothing. But when it gets to your local depot, the cost goes up exponentially. And now it's a van driver who picks this up. Because of the pressure of next day delivery tonight, these vans are going out mostly empty, causing one of the biggest problems, which is vans on the road all the time, leading back to that original statement, transport is the most polluting sector. So currently, companies are trying to innovate around this, creating these, for instance, these cool knee-high robots that will take on this load and automate these electric little pavement ferrying robots. Very cool, I love them. The only problem, however, is how do you scale this? So it's yet to be seen if this can be scaled, but we're not very optimistic. Next one, everyone loves drones. Yes, let's put drones in the sky. They're electric. No, it's not going to happen. You may ask me why. I've actually flirted with drones myself. I actually filed a patent, perhaps nearly 10 years ago now, for an invisible road network in the sky, which drones can use to navigate from point A to point B. The reason I abandoned this idea is simply this, the Public Space Protection Order of 2018. It's a weird little bylaw most people don't know even exists. This means that if you go over 80 decibels of noise in a residential area, you are in breach, you will get fined, and there is now legal precedent. I think some boroughs in London and out of London have already started installing cameras. I didn't think, I know for a fact. These cameras will record noises such as your car engine revving too loud, or anything you do that takes it over that 80 decibels, and over 200 fines have already been issued. If you know anything about drones, they go way above the 80 decibels and no one's making them silent anytime soon because the military's been trying to make helicopters silent for decades. So back to the statement, transport is the most polluting sector in the UK. What I decided to do is I then, after I exited my last company, went to university and thought, you know what? I think I could automate this last mile section. Automate it by putting self-driving cars that are electric that will automate this process. So that's the solution. Let's make everything electric, electric, electric. Or is it? The problem with electrifying everything is it'll take a long time and it's very, very expensive. Now, I didn't have $1 billion, nor did we as a company. So when you don't have $1 billion, you begin to innovate. Going back to that original situation I had where a small, silly idea, such as being able to tell when bins are full, could reduce significantly the number of vans or number of sort of rubbish trucks in certain parts of the UK. So following this logic, we've all seen my company's little spaceship, Cargo, the green autonomous car. But the true magic is what actually happens with that car. So the first thing is we then automate the delivery run. So when a person wants their delivery, they press one button and a little electric car will go pick up the package and take it to their house. So no more vans. But again, this will take a while to scale. And so as a company which makes software, we started, okay, fine, let's make it like a modern taxi app. You press a single button. After you've pressed a button, that software kicks in and then it drives itself. So let me just explain what's happening. We've tricked a computer processor into it's you driving yourself home. That is science fiction level technology. If we can go that far, where else can we go with it? And so as a robotics company, which innovates and makes our own hardware and our own software, we started designing new types of sensors. And so I ask a question, what can a sensor do? So I want to show you a quick clip. I hope you can see it well on my screen because these things are temperamental sometimes. So this is actually a vision system for one of our cars. And I'm going to slow it down here. What you're actually seeing is an autonomous car's heat system. So there is a van driving past here. So up to 2 minutes after at night, we know exactly where that van went because we follow the heat signature. And then we train AI to be able to predict what's going to happen with that road in real time. And that's just the beginning. The next bit, which is more exciting, you'll find out in 5 minutes after a quick tea break. That's me for now. Join me in 5 minutes. And yeah, we'll show you some more really cool stuff. Thank you very much. William out. We're live in sunny Banstead. It's actually raining today. Banstead in Surrey. We're actually doing autonomous delivery trials here in Surrey. What this means is, I'm just checking to see if our car's on its way. What this means is we have autonomous vehicles that we have designed and built that are on the road right now here in the United Kingdom. Elliot, we are waiting for you, Elliot. So behind me right now, in a minute, you shall see Cargo, the UK or Europe's first autonomous delivery vehicle. I'll be giving you a quick tour of what the tech is and what it does in a minute now. Just gonna walk towards the road and there is Cargo coming. So Cargo, safety driver lights on, please.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go. And there is Cargo, the autonomous delivery vehicle. I'm just going to take over pilotship of this here. So as you can see the vehicle, safety driver, do you mind coming out, please? So under current legislation in the UK, we're required to always have a safety driver.
We can't see the picture, William. It's
there you go. Is it back? We're required to have a safety driver. This is an individual who can take over at any time if anything was to happen and go wrong. So safety driver, can you open the hatch, please? So what you see right here are some of the sensors that we have on Cargo. So these are a different type of hybrid camera we designed, which links in with the sensors at the bottom of this vehicle here. If I go back towards the back, something really interesting is what we call rerouting. We always try and figure out the most efficient route. What this means is we could carry up to 12 packages at once. And with these up to 12 packages, we're able to essentially change the order based on what is the most efficient route to take. So there could be traffic down that road, or you could be stuck for a while. We don't want to cause additional traffic. So what we do is the car uses robotic technology within the vehicle to be able to adjust. So inside, we're going to go to the safety driver's compartment here. There are screens which are giving them live reports. I mean, they're off at the moment for now. You're actually one of the first people to see inside, what we see from inside. And I'm going to take you around towards the front to the shark eye cameras. So these cameras here are very different type of cameras. Again, we can tell heat, we can see night vision. And again, all these things are designed to optimize and make the experience better for being able to be a cleaner, greener vehicle that doesn't cause traffic on the street. So cargo is the result of pretty much 3 or 4 years of work by a team of very smart people, artificial intelligence and robotics PhDs. And we've been working on this to be able to create this vehicle. This is the first one we have on the road, and we hope to be building more later this year, and we'll have quite a lot later towards the end of the year. We started in the London Borough of Hounslow, where the local authority and ourselves, we partner with a company called ZeroAvia, which is a specialist company in making roads and repairing roads and whatnot. And so we have what we call chin cameras, cameras which are underneath the car, which are able to, you can just see a little protrusion there maybe. These cameras are able to detect road sort of obstructions and tell when the road is going to break and predict what's going to happen next on the road. So we never had $1 billion. And so we spent all our time just innovating to create better software, because we believe artificial intelligence can be used for good. You see today a lot of AI tries to sell you something. This doesn't. The vehicle is there to be there when it's required and out of the way when it isn't. Thank you very much, everybody. I'm William from the Academy of Robotics, and this was my presentation on artificial intelligence for good. Thank you,
William, thank you. I don't know if you can hear me, but we salute you. We salute you. That was definitely out there. And if there's one thing I've learned in my journey of life is be excited and interested in people who are out there and going for it. So I wish you well. It's definitely green. There's no doubt about that. It's amazing. Well done. And I love the way the driver's dressed up into the future as well. Yeah, he looks like he's from 20.
Turn around. He's fully kitted out, our safety driver. He's got his pockets full of tools and all that stuff. And so if anything happens with autonomous vehicle, him and the command hub always have absolute control.
It's amazing. He looks like he was born in 2035. Yeah.
Well, we aim to try bring you tomorrow's technology today. I'll see you on the live panel, people.
Thank you very much, William. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. And thank you, your driver. So, Sergey, look at that. This is the kind of event that you're part of now. Interesting, different, and let's be honest, we all need something exciting these days with all the rubbish going on with you know what. So welcome to the stage, Sergey. I'm just going to tell everybody, I have vested interest in that. I know who you are. I know what ZeroAvia is because I'm on the advisory board. So I just want to make that declaration in case people think I'm being particularly nice to you and saying how much I like electric aviation. But I do anyway. I did before all that. So Sergey, please come and tell us about ZeroAvia and the exciting activity that's going on here in the UK. The stage is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roger. And you know, it's very exciting. Can you see my screen?
Yep, got it fine. It's not in presentation mode at the moment, but yeah. Yeah, it is now. Yep, thank you.
Very excited to be with you, and you know, similar to William, we are a small company with large aspirations. I think we will talk a lot about the world first today, and also we are in the sunny central Bedfordshire right now, and unfortunately I cannot be next to our airplane because now my engineers are doing some really interesting new phase of testing of the new setup, which will allow us to do longer and nicer missions. So I will talk about it today. But Let me just give a couple of words of introduction in ZeroAvia. So we talked quite a bit today about the ground transportation, and I guess now it's time to switch gears and maybe a couple of words of inspiration or aspirations why we are doing this. In general, we started we got into the aviation market after we worked also a bit with Roger on our previous startup. It was e-motorworks and we created the smartest charging vehicle-to-grid integration platform for electrical vehicles, which we sold with our founder and CEO a few years back. And then we were thinking about what is next. And another big challenge, of course, is given again the fact that my founder and CEO is a pilot, is of course the aviation. Okay, and aviation is actually on the brink of quite a significant crisis, because given that it's one of the hardest things to electrify and to decarbonize. We understand that from today's about 5 to 10% of emissions or environmental impact which we have today from aviation. If we don't do anything, we will get to something like a quarter or half of all the environmental impact of humankind by 2050 coming from aviation. That's why we venture on this journey. It's a huge market. Huge challenges, and we started this journey a few years back with first we were thinking about maybe trying to do something with the batteries, because we knew how to electrify things and how to manage electrical vehicles, so we thought that the batteries were the answer. But then when we did the calculations, it turned out that batteries will not do the job because of the gravimetric energy density. Okay, so then the next thing was to think about hydrogen, and I think that about 2.5 years ago we started this journey, and about a year ago, frankly, nobody talked about hydrogen and aviation. And after we increased the profile and started to talk to different people, now you see that hydrogen is one of the most visible and important topics in aviation. So recently there was a huge report published by the European Commission and the Clean Sky. Airbus announced that in the next, let's say 15 to 30 years, they will have introduction of large aircraft flying on hydrogen, etc., etc. And we actually believe in a small incremental approach. That's why we have a small turboprop, which is shown here in this diagram. We are trying to do this step-by-step approach and develop sort of closed ecosystem, and which we demonstrated here in Cranfield. In a nutshell, it consists of the green hydrogen production using renewable power generation, using, of course, this green electricity and water. We produce green hydrogen, which then goes into the aircraft, into the either gaseous storage tanks or liquid hydrogen storage tanks. Then this gaseous hydrogen goes into the fuel cell, which produces electricity, and then which drives electrical motors and propellers. And this is exactly where we started. We didn't start with the large aircraft. We started with a small 6-seat airframe, which some of you might have seen in the news, in BBC, in Sky News, etc. So in a nutshell, what you see up front behind the propeller is electrical motors, which are driven exactly by the electricity produced by the fuel cell. In this configuration, which we have flown so far, it also has electrical battery, just to provide the oomph during the takeoff. And we conducted our first flight at the end of September in 2020 here from our Cranfield base. And now, as I said, our engineers are working on expanding what we have done so far. You know, we had a very good coverage in the news, as I said, with the Minister of Aviation visiting us in our first flight. It was quite a nerve-breaking because in the day before we weren't sure if we would be able to make it because of the weather and other considerations. But we did it, and you know, our mission was quite short. As I said, it was on the combination of the fuel cell and the battery for about, let's say, about 10 minutes. And currently, what we are working is we installed additional hydrogen tanks, which will allow us to achieve much longer missions, which are about between 200 and 300 nautical miles. So this is up to 500 kilometers mission, which will be conducted with again with the hybrid configuration when we use hydrogen fuel cell and the battery during the takeoff, and then we switch completely to hydrogen for the rest of the flight. To make sure that we have the range, we use hydrogen about I would say in these missions we, compared to the batteries, we don't use a lot of fuel. So for about 500 nautical miles or 500 kilometers, we use about 10 kilos of hydrogen, just due to the fact that it has a very good energy density, which you remember at the beginning of this discussion, I mentioned that batteries wouldn't be able to make it. But with the hydrogen, which is about 3 times more energy dense than even the jet fuel, which is used today, we can achieve these missions. And in Cranfield, we actually made the first hydrogen airport, the refueling ecosystem, which we realized also last year. So it consists of electrolyzer, which I discussed about at the beginning of this presentation. It has a very small production capacity of about 4 kilos, but given that we need to have about 15 kilos per our mission, 10 to 15 kilos per mission, you know, it's we can produce it for a couple of days. Then we transfer it in our hydrogen refueler, which you can see here on the top, and then of course transfer it into our hydrogen electric aircraft. And also we wanted to together with this aircraft, we wanted to fuel our hydrogen fuel cell car, which is, you know, behaves or drives very similar to what we implemented in our aircraft. So we are using Toyota Mirai hydrogen electric car with which we fuel from the same refueler. So this actually shows a very nice demonstration of how this hydrogen ecosystem at the airport can go forward. For example, as I said, we produce hydrogen in situ, then we use it for the air transportation, and whatever is left we can use for the ground transportation. And we are discussing with multiple airports here in the UK of how we can actually implement that. And earlier today, for example, I had discussion with one airport. Yesterday we had a discussion with another airport on how we introduce a big electrolyzer, which we can partially use for both types of transportation. And what I just discussed in this little blue bird of the 6-seat aircraft, which has flown in September and which we will fly later, I think sometime in April, we will have this 500 kilometer mission. This is just the beginning. We also started the 19-seat aircraft project, which will allow us to actually carry up to 19 passengers on the 500-mile mission. And this aircraft, the 19-seat aircraft, is already the minimum aircraft or airframe size which is commercially relevant. So some of our sub-regional airlines already use this type of aircraft. So for example, Dornier 228 or Twin Otter, which, for example, used up north by Logan Air or down south by Aurigny, in island hopping, in short, in the airports where it's required short takeoff and landing missions, etc., etc. So, and this is what we are working on now with the commercial introduction in about 3 years at the beginning of 2024. And in parallel, we are also kicking off a much bigger program, which will target something between 50 and 100-seat aircraft, which will, of course, do similar type of mission between 500 miles and about 1,000 miles. So this is, as I said, just the beginning, but we are excited to be a part of this journey. We are happy to actually show to the big guys like Rolls-Royce, Airbus that, this is, we need and we can do small steps. We can bring our aircraft in the air and start demonstrating this, hydrogen in the air mission. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions you have.
So Guy, thank you so much. Again, what's wonderful about what both you and William have shown us is that this isn't about some kind of concept. This isn't an ambition that is all about just an idea. It's about the reality of things that are working. And I think, that's always something people love to see. They love to see ideas in action. So that's fantastic. I can't actually see anybody here with me at the moment, so I'm not sure where Sergey and William have gone. Oh, you are there, William. Oh, good. Sergey, are you still there? Yes, you are. Great.
Sorry,
okay.
I was still sharing the presentation. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Well, William, welcome back. And yeah, I feel like you just went outside and went to the future, and you've now come back to the present. So that was thank you both for fascinating discussion and presentation. So we have got lots of questions. Here's one that the guy Doug doesn't want to ask it. He's happy for me to do so. Sergey, have you considered using a capacitor instead of a battery for the oomph for takeoff? In other words, are you agnostic to these things? You've gone down the route of hydrogen fuel cell, but could you have hybrid? Could you have battery and fuel cell?
So at the big, the phase we are in right now is we are using both battery and the fuel cell. And then, as I said, we will turn the battery off and we will fly on the fuel cell because it will provide us the range. But actually in the 19-seat aircraft, we will not have even the battery, okay? Right. So our final configuration will have no batteries whatsoever. It will be just the fuel cell. In terms of using the capacitors are good at delivering, very focused boost in terms of power, but they cannot last for about 2 to 3 minutes, which we require during the takeoff. Okay, so yes. In that sense, it's a great technology, but unfortunately, it's not very useful for our takeoff, which is yes. Quite long.
And flight only has 3 things to get right. Let's be honest: takeoff, flying, and landing. I mean, how difficult can it be? Exactly. So look, I'm going to invite a few people up to the stage to ask. Atoela has a number of questions. So there you are, Atoela. You are on the stage. I think you're about to be unmuted. So Sergey and William are there for you. Please fire away.
Questions come in doubles usually. But for William, first of all, thank you both. It was really interesting, really inspiring, cutting edge stuff. William, given the sort of your smaller size of cargo compared to sort of the current UPS, FedEx delivery trucks, do you think there's going to be any sort of shift in the traffic landscape if vehicles like cargo become more mainstream and more popular? Do you think like there'll be something just like they'll basically just replace the trucks, or there'll be, because you'll need more of them to deliver the same amount of packages? Do you think there needs to be new considerations in terms of traffic infrastructure?
Yeah, so there are some very little known facts in our industry. So did you know that 80% of all packages are shoebox size and smaller? And so we as startups or when innovators try to effect change, we try solve the biggest problem felt by the highest number of people. And with most packages being so small, it didn't make sense for us to go to a huge van for a second reason. Now, did you know that up to 40% of vans in London run less than half capacity? This is simply because of the pressure of next day delivery. So most of these large vans are empty more than half the time because Amazon will deliver that same day. Buy it now, it'll be there at 10 p.m. tonight. But this is subsidized by their billions, so they'll pay for it happily. However, we pay for it at the environmental cost. So when we were devising cargo, we thought, well, if it's a small electric car and it costs me less than a penny a mile, I could send this little robot back and forth 24/7. And the only cost is probably the roads, but then again, it's so lightweight and we know where the roads, which routes to take in real time anyway. So this is why we felt a smaller form factor makes sense for the problem we're trying to solve. We're not looking to solve freight across towns. It's specifically that last mile delivery, residential areas in which a small form factor makes the best sense.
All right, thanks. I didn't know that actually. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
For Sergey, sorry, I was wondering, since you're using hydrogen fuel cells and water vapor is a sort of byproduct of steel and a byproduct of this technology, do you guys have any consideration into how you're going to deal with this byproduct? Because ultimately, water vapor is a greenhouse gas, and although it's not it's not the first concern. Do you think? Do you plan to just release it?
Yeah, Attila, we can't actually hear you very well. I'm afraid. I don't know if you're a long way from your microphone.
I think I got the question about the water vapors as a byproduct of the fuel cell and.
Okay, right, good.
Impact. Yes,
yeah, thank you.
Sure. It is water vapor is a greenhouse gas. Although the difference between the typical aircraft contrails and the fuel cell byproduct is that the byproduct of the fuel cells is like micro droplets, which actually can be collected, and we can output in them in the sort of in the high altitudes. It will be microcrystals, which we will just hold out as a snow, and they will not be accumulated up there in the stratosphere. But in general, I would say that up till now, nobody did this research about the impact of the fuel cell byproducts in the air. But we would estimate that it would be significantly less than something like 10 or 5% of the contrails of what we have now. Okay, so. And frankly, yeah, I'm driving Toyota Mirai, and in Toyota Mirai there is this button. You know, you press on H2O, and there is water coming out of the pipe. So I think that going forward, we can think about some sort of arrangement where we can accumulate this this water, condense this water, and I think the good thing is that the outside air is pretty cold at minus whatever 50 degrees, something like that. And we can accumulate that and then either hold it or speed it out in the form of sort of more, something chunkier substances with much significantly smaller environmental impact.
Thank you. That's a very, very good answer, Sergey. Thank you very much. Thank you for the question, Atola. That's very good. I'd like to invite Anthony up on the stage to ask his question, I think, for William. And by the way, William, just before Anthony comes up, you've got a very impressive bookcase there. I have to say, we all look at people's bookcases now, don't we? That's impressive. Yeah, tidy, fairly neat, quite impressive. Anthony, you've got a question for William, I believe.
It's just a very simple question, really. I just wondered whether you're aware of or had anything to do with the robot delivery service in Milton Keynes. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, I am aware of it. There's several companies. So Milton Keynes has got a great test bed for all sort of autonomous machines. These are robots, cars, and all that. We're actually doing a trial in Milton Keynes ourselves, where we're testing 5G for instantaneous control. So you saw our safety driver earlier.
Yes.
What we're doing next in the next few months is we're getting rid of the physical safety driver there in the car, and they're going to be in a remote location. The reason is the UK law guidelines currently state that to have an autonomous car on the road should be street legal. Skilled operator must be able to take control at any time. However, he doesn't need to be in the vehicle. So we're actually doing stuff in Milton Keynes as well ourselves, where we are going to be switching to 5G instantaneous control and normal driver, because we think we're further ahead than most in the UK. Well, it would make sense that we are, because we're the ones with the products on the road right now. So yeah, that's the next stage for us. So yes, I'm aware of the robots. They're knee-high robots, and they're limited to 4 miles an hour, while we can go at 60 miles an hour.
Oh, wow, a lot of difference there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Anthony. Great question. Do you know Street Drone in Oxford, William?
Yes, I know them very well, Mr. Potts. Yeah, I know. Street Drone. Yeah.
Yeah, and Mark Preston, the Formula E dude, and all that stuff. Yeah. Look, there's so much innovation, and it's great. There's competition, because it means you all try harder to make sure you get there first.
No,
yeah,
Street
good.
Drone, great product, great for education, and they're doing slightly different to us, but yeah, no, great product.
Yes. So Nikolai Zelenikov. Hopefully Nikolai is around. If not, I will ask his question. He is good. He's just come to the stage. So Nikolai, I think your question is for Sergey. So would you like to ask it?
Hi there. Yeah. So my question is, how much quieter have you found the hydrogen powered turboprop when compared to traditional fuels? And do you think that if it has been quieter, that the amount of flights taken during a 24-hour period could be increased because you could potentially avoid the noise regulations?
Good question.
So thank you, Nikolai. This is a very good question. And actually, when we're discussing it with the airports, it's especially with the small airports close to the cities, it's becoming more and more relevant. And if you think about this, when we turn the engine, we can hear only the propeller noise. Okay, we don't have the engine noise. And what it means is that if the aircraft sort of passes by, you don't hear pretty much anything. Okay, so close to the aircraft, we estimate that the decrease in noise is at least 6 dB. We didn't do very detailed studies, but this is our estimates. And of course, working with the airports, this is one of the things which comes into the discussion. So for example, with Heathrow, when we talk to them, they say that we have a noise charge. And they say that, going to from the traditional aviation to hydrogen electric, that might decrease the airport charges, and B, expand the hours of operations. And for example, the same thing is about the London City Airport, which, as you know, it has very limited hours of operation just because of that issue.
Yeah, I think that's a very important question. I mean, pollution is in many forms, and noise pollution is definitely one of them, for sure. I don't know if Frank is around, Frank Desinis. If he is, he's welcome to come up to the stage and ask, or make a point, a sort of last question. Oh, Frank, you are with us. Lovely to see you there. I know we've had a few exchanges on LinkedIn and the like. So you want to talk a little bit about sustainable aviation fuel, and a little bit about what you know is going on with Airbus, I believe. So I guess I'm going to guess you want to talk to Sergey about that.
No, I made the comment about, I made a comment about the sustainable fuel in reference to the discussion earlier. No, I know very well ZeroAvia. I'm very impressed by what they're doing, and I'm sure it's going to be a very strong player in the aerospace field in the coming years. I think the key element for ZeroAvia is going to be the capacity to demonstrate in flight over the time the range and the capacity to certify. Sergey, one question in terms of certification path with the authorities, and I think it's going to be the CAA for you. Do you have a certification baseline discussed or negotiated or agreed with them to date?
So currently we are working with the UK CAA, of course, on this path, and they're very excited to work with us. For them, it's one of the ways to prove that after Brexit, UK CAA can be maybe even the first to certify hydrogen electric powertrain. So we are currently working with them on setting up the set of rules and standards to show the safety of our powertrain, and then of course means of compliance to those at this point hypothetical rules and standards. But also we are participating in different working groups of SAI and EuroCAE to actually make sure that the standards which have been developed now are reflecting the reality. Right, so that it's they're not prohibitively, strict and not possible to comply with.
Okay, great work.
Great. Thank you, Frank. No, merci bien, Frank. I like to speak a bit of French. You know, it makes it feel like it's all international. Thank you, merci. Daria has, I think, the final question here. So yeah, if you could. Oh, there's Daria. So you're welcome to the stage. I think you've got a question again, and one for Sergey. I've got some for you, William, before we wrap up, by the way. So don't feel left out. So yes. Daria, off you go.
Thank you. Sergey, what will be the greatest challenge to mass producing ZeroAvia planes in the future?
So I think that for us, I would say that let's say in order to get to the production and have production at scale, we have to, of course, solve a couple of challenges. One is implement on the roadmap in terms of the power and energy density, and this is what we are working very much right now from the technical standpoint. Number two is what Frank already mentioned, is certification, because it's we have pretty racy timeline. And number three, we need to build up all the value chain in terms of, not only producing, but also modifying airframes to install our powertrains, but also teach pilots and the maintenance and repair organizations to make sure that they know how to operate our powertrain, hydrogen powertrain. It will be very similar to what exists today, but still there will be certain differences. So I think that those three from the airframe, I would say, or certification standpoint. But the last one is probably the introduction of or build up of the hydrogen infrastructure at scale, so that we don't get constrained like me on my Mirai hydrogen fuel cell in the UK, where we have only like 10 fueling stations.
Yeah, indeed, a bit of a challenge at the moment with a car, it has to be said. Thank you for that. Thank you for last very good question. Great answer, Sergey. William, I'd like to come to you in that. It seemed for a long time, I think, for a lot of people, that autonomous vehicles and robotics and all of this, it just was all just science fiction. It wasn't science fact. But now you're putting them on the road. You're doing that. We've just seen it. How quickly do you think we're going to get to a point where it's ubiquitous, where we really have that world all around us and almost we don't take any notice anymore? Is it 20 years? Is it 10 years, 5 years? What would you say?
I would say we're looking at up to 10 years. The reason why 10 years specifically is, unlike the iPhones, when we went from these brick phones to a brand new iPhone, then in the space of 6 months to a year, we're all at iPhones. This is because everyone tends to change their phone every year anyway. So with cars, it takes about maybe 7 to 10 years you're holding onto a car and then you get rid of it. So if you buy a new car today, a nice new Merc or a nice new Tesla, whatever it may be, if a brand new amazing autonomous car comes out, you're not going to suddenly get rid of your car like you do at your phone. So there's that sort of gradual switch over that will happen, as like with phones. It's just that instead of 1 year, we're looking at a 10-year cycle. So I think the idea that cars are autonomous will be ubiquitous within 5 years. But the idea that industrial cars, such as deliveries and all that, is more like 2 years, as we're the ones starting it, and we know the pace we're going at, the pace our competitors are going at. And it seems now, let's all automate the big trucks, the logistics vehicles, all that. That comes first, and then for consumers a few years after.
Do you know what you both represent, and what you've just exemplified by exactly as you laid that out there, William, is the audacity of hope. I read a book about that a couple of years ago from a chap, and yeah, the audacity of hope. Nothing changes in this world, and people, unless people are audacious, unless they hope to have something different. And you're both examples of that. I know, obviously, you both represent companies. You've got teams of people. It's not just you as individuals, but you know, leadership and example and all of that is pretty crucial and important. So, just a kind of quick 60 seconds of, you know, what your business is going to be like in a few years' time, and how hopeful you are of the future, given the really challenging, you know, year or so that we've all been experiencing. Can you give us that sense and flavor of hope, Sergey? Can you do that for me in, say, 60 seconds, if that's possible? Then I'll come and finish with William.
So our aspiration is to have a hydrogen electric aircraft flying from all over the UK and the rest of the world. And it's the output of that is just pure water coming down on people.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. William, I've kind of, yeah.
Sure.
Give us that sense of hope, please, because we all want as much of that as possible at the moment, don't we?
Sure. So my name is William. I'm the founder of the Academy of Robotics. In 2020, my team and I were the first company in Europe to have a street legal made for autonomous vehicle to be on the road here in the UK. These vehicles started semi-autonomously delivering medicines from pharmacies to care homes, and they're on the road, as was seen in my presentation earlier. The important takeaway I'd like to give is that we live in a world full of algorithms, artificial intelligence, and they're all trying to sell you something, push you this way, make you buy this. Whereas with us, we make artificial intelligences there when it's needed and out of the way when it isn't. So think an autonomous delivery vehicle, it delivers grandma's medicine, then it goes back home, and that's its job done. And that's the sort of AI-assisted future I'd like us all to live in.
Wow. Wow. Well, look, you've both finished off an amazing session that we've had today, a whole, you know, bunch of speakers and panels and Q&As from a fantastic audience. So I'd like to thank you both very much. Wish you both all the best with your businesses and that ambition. There's certainly no shortage of hope, and there's certainly no shortage of vision in what you're both doing. So good luck with all of that. We'll see you all again another time soon, I'm sure. So for now, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap up. We're on schedule, which is amazing, given how much I bundle on sometimes, but thank you if you've joined us all the way through. If you joined us at some point during that, that's fine too. And if you're still here, well done. I'd like to thank all of our speakers: Julia, Ian, Imogen, Daniel, Bob, Graeme, Sergey, and William just then. And I'd particularly like to thank Georgina McGivern, who put the whole thing together. It was her idea. She got all the speakers together and has done all the stuff behind the scenes here to make it work. And Camden Clean Air Initiative is something that I have a lot of belief and a passion for, because the air quality around us, as I think a few speakers have mentioned during today, impacts mostly on poorer people, on people that live in sometimes areas of a bit more deprivation. You might not think that's the case in London, central London. It's a myth to think everyone that lives there has got a ton of money. So I think anything that works towards improving that is absolutely fantastic. So thank you for all the speakers and giving us some flavor of how that can improve. And thank you to you for listening in. If you came up and asked some questions, that was great. It was lovely to hear so many different voices. But for now, from the luxury of my garden shed, we will see you all sometime soon, I'm sure. But thank you for your time and thank you for listening, and see you again. Bye-bye.